gentlemen and darters alike, it's Nick Teixeira here in Kalamazoo, Michigan, joined by DJ Sayer, covering our Friday night singles here at the BullShooter. DJ, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of a BullShooter event once again. How do you feel?
Sad for you mostly, just because you have to be in that terrible state of Michigan. I am personally still in the great state of Ohio, but yeah, all in all, ready for a good weekend of darts.
Yeah, certainly seems to be a good week in front of us. We have Patrick Ataya versus Trevor Fedewa taking on our first round matchup here for the pro bracket, getting things underway. I mean, we got a couple heavy hitters there, including Dan Burke and Randy Fern, which a lot of our fans will be familiar with.
Yeah, I jokingly talked about the Ohio versus Michigan rivalry, and right away we're actually starting with a Michigan guy and an Ohio guy. I will admit, I think the Michigan guy has the advantage in this one. I would probably peg Trevor a small favorite, but yeah, we shall see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it unfolds. I mean, we saw Tennessee. It's the developing storyline of seeing how these players are getting to this invitational, and that's what this event's really about, right? Yes, you want to get the pro list. Yes, you want a plaque, but also you want to get a spot in that invitational shootout at the end of the year, end of the tour year, I should say.
Yeah, I guess it's more so towards the beginning of the following year, right? Because August, and then we kick off with the next set of regionals in September. But yeah, a great culmination to the regional tour, if you will. I'm glad that they're kind of tying together now.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited to see how it pans out here. You can see Twitch does take those 19s in the last, averaging a 4.33 to get things going here, and kind of off to the races running at the moment. Let's see what Trevor's able to do now with everything going on here, trying to get to those 18s and just quickly moved right back over. You see Patrick just going for that early close on those 20s, getting them out of the way. And honestly, I don't mind that switch up so fast because in the 13-inch, 9 marks are all the harder to come by. So doing a shot like that forces Trevor here to have to perform. Patrick going wayward. He kind of carved himself out this opportunity here to be able to have that open number to point on, and instead just unfortunately fell flat at the wrong moment.
Yeah, Patrick with some work to do here. See those averages kind of creeping down, but it's for both players, so that leaves the window open for Patrick to get back in this one. We talk about it a lot on the 13-inch board. The single is so important.
I mean, it truly is. You have to be able to focus and really hammer in those singles. And sometimes, I mean, those triple segments, they're 2 holes tall. You can only vertically fit 2 darts in without using some of that horizontal leg room you have there. So taking advantage of those big singles when you only need 1 or 2 marks is very important to do. You can see Trevor just stayed true on those 17s. Did the bare minimum getting the point lead, but I don't know if that'll be enough for him to capitalize fully. It's all on Patrick right now. Patrick's had opportunities to really lay in the pressure and hasn't really done so yet. Because when he gets those opportunities, when he gets out in front, he falls a little flat, and he kind of needs to shake it off and continue forward. Oh, let's see what he's able to do. He's only down 66 into the turn. Oh, he needed that one to connect. Right on the wire there. Almost stacked 2 in the bed. Needs to go over. Went way over to the side there and still was able to flick in a single.
Yeah, I think that was best case scenario, honestly. I probably would have switched targets. Honestly, even going into 17 there wouldn't have been a bad move, forcing Trevor to have to throw a couple triples behind you to really do any damage. But 16 still available for Patrick here.
He's definitely taking advantage of moving around the Aki a lot, but I don't know how much it's actually helping him rather than, like you said, just switching to those other numbers, hitting those cover shots. I mean, you have to imagine these players, they're playing the pro bracket, but also on top of that, it's a little bit of first-round blues. It's the first event of a very chilly weekend here in Michigan, and maybe these guys just need their hands to get a little bit warmed up because it's really just moments of opportunities being tossed back and forth between the two. Working his way in. Oh, it doesn't connect, but he was getting ever so close there. Jason, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, but I can't agree with that more. I mean, at the end of the day, your strategy has to change when you're playing on such a different board face. When you're playing the 13-inch, I mean, you have to know confidently what you can hit consistently and what you feel like you can't hit and play around that.
Trevor putting a stranglehold on this leg now. Patrick with a lot of work to do on the bull, and he's going to need some help.
Yeah, decides to just switch over to the 17s out of what looked to be mostly frustration there. Trevor way ahead in this one. It is currently 50 degrees here in Kalamazoo. It is definitely a little chilly compared to the 75-degree weather I left in Florida.
Yeah, but Florida is the armpit of America.
That is true, and I'm actually the armpit hair of America.
That's a you quote, by the way. All you Floridians, don't come for me.
No, that's actually what we say. It's the worst. And just remember, I'm not actually Floridian. I'm still from Ohio.
The Hucklebuck is on. 3 bulls for Patrick here.
Oh, it's going to be tough to get out around it.
Yeah, not going to happen now, but it was on. I honestly chalked this leg up to Trevor's a while ago, but he little finish line-itis here.
Yeah, he's well low in the bull in the first start. He's just trying to work it in.
Oh, and that's awkward. Well, does get the job done for leg number 1.
Does what he has to do for sure. And that's another thing you'll notice with the players that aren't as used to playing on the 13-inch board is utilizing the bulls earlier on than they otherwise would. I mean, it's probably the most consistently easy segment to hit compared to the trebles. I jumped in quick.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
I agree on a steel board. I don't agree on the 13-inch board because to me the double is so tiny.
Uh, yeah, I mean that is fair, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I just value the if you can consistently hit the single bull segment versus consistently hitting the single in any other segment, right? You're at best you're gaining an extra 5 points, or at worst you're gaining an extra 5 points per single. But again, that's also coming from someone like me where I can't hit the bull consistently.
Yeah, I don't know. I would rather take my chances on staying straight in the singles on the actual number or on the normal wedge.
And that's completely valid as well. You see Trevor there does find a home on those 18s, but Patrick coming out a little hotter in this leg than he was in last. He was kind of a slow burn throughout the last one. If you guys want to follow along with the bracket here for the men's pro singles that is going on right now, the link has been posted in the chat there over on Facebook. Go ahead and follow along there. And if you want to follow your favorite players, then you can go ahead and check it out and see what's going on.
Yeah, and also we've got our lady singles and men's open singles going on as well. You can, if you have the BullShooter Live app, both for iPhone or Android, download that. You can look at the brackets on there as well. And if you intend to go to a future regional, if you haven't been to one before, you will need that app to register for events. So go ahead and get it out of the way. Check out the brackets while you're at it.
Yeah, let me tell you from the player's perspective, as someone that played in the Florida regional before hopping on and working with you guys here, I personally am a big fan of switching over to running it by the app. You get the notification on your phone when your board's up. You can check the bracket from your because we know dart players don't use enough deodorant. Who wants to huddle around those TVs, trying to bump in everybody, look at the brackets instead of just being able to look at it on your phone in the comfort 6 feet away from everybody?
Well, Arachnid is a technology company, so the use of technology probably a good thing.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I agree. Honestly, I'm a fan of the pre-registration as well. Like, get it out of the way. I don't have to worry about standing in a line when I show up. Like, I despise lines. So much of a human's time, especially in the U.S., is wasted waiting in lines.
Yeah, I had 2 hours of my time wasted in Nashville waiting for Hattie B's hot chicken. Everyone in chat was telling me to go eat it. Well, guess what? It was okay at best. 2 hours.
You waited in line 2 hours for Nashville hot chicken.
Yeah, absolutely. I said if I'm coming here for two things. I'm coming here to work on the BullShooter event, and I'm going to get some hot chicken. And everyone told me this is where you had to go, and they were wrong.
Well, either way, I'm not waiting 2 hours.
Well, you're a smarter man than I, DJ.
Gosh.
Great round there from Patrick, finding 6 mark upstairs. Get himself back in the point lead. Trevor's been loving those 17s. The last game is what got him through to the end there, was right in the 17s, and seems to have translated over pretty well here.
$2 hours for hot chicken. I still can't get over that.
Well, if you really are curious my thoughts on it, I of course ate it on Facebook Live to let everyone know how I felt. I was so frustrated.
So, like, what made it not great?
Well, first off, 2 hour wait line definitely harped the scores, but like I was like, for it to be a regional specialty, right? I said it has to be better than a normal chicken sandwich I can get at a Chick-fil-A or a Popeyes or a Zaxby's. And I ate it, and I was like, this is really good. I don't know if I would ever go out of my way for this, even if I did live here. And that was my take on it.
Yeah, I made some hot chicken wings in the air fryer earlier. They were done in like 20 minutes.
I probably would have rated them higher.
Oh, I guarantee it. They call me Chef Boyard DJ.
I like that. That should be a jersey. I would buy that jersey.
It might be copyright.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to skirt around some laws there, but Trevor, well ahead again, just rocking those 17s all day, and he's been consistently starting at them, then doing his switches, and it has been doing wonders against Patrick here. Of course, this is a race to 3 format here, so we will have to see best of 5. Plenty of time left for Patrick to kind of catch some fire. All right, everyone in chat, just know I didn't know it was going to be 2 hours when I got in line. I assumed it was like a 40-minute wait. I didn't expect it to be 2 hours, but after 40 minutes, I was already committed to being in that line.
Wait, are they roasting you for waiting 2 hours?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Maloney, Ryan Clark, all those guys are having some fun with it.
Oh, rightfully so. I gotta go check it out now. Here I am with the bracket pulled up on my phone on the BullShooter Live app. Instead, I need to be checking this chat.
Apparently. Good shot there for Trevor to clean up those 15s and 16s. DJ encouraging the roasting in chat. Again, guys, I'm sorry I waited 2 hours for hot chicken. I'll never do it again.
I typed that before I read a single comment.
Trevor needs a double. Ooh, doesn't connect, but again, well ahead in this one. Just going to keep pivoting it back to darts until we forget I brought up the hot chicken.
So Trevor to take a 2-0 lead. Only needs 2 bulls. Maloney asking in the chat who's the bracket favorite. I think about everyone would agree that Randy Fern has to be our on-paper favorite.
Yeah, I really don't have any disagreements with that, as you do see Trevor take the second leg here. I mean, he has to be, right? And, of course, the second round matchup, the other person I'd put in that top mix would be Dan Burke. And right now, if Randy Fern continues his 2-1 match against Michael Hangnow, then we're going to be able to see that on the stream.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think beyond those two, there's a couple of names rattling around. Michael Hagenow is one of them that's playing Randy in the first round. Dayton Strawbridge, obviously up there. I don't know how much he's playing these days. I haven't seen him in a couple of years, but and then you've got some probably lesser known guys that certainly get out. I know Dave Gott was up there. I think he was playing Dayton actually. Travis Brewster down at the bottom. Trevor, I think, would probably be one of the contenders for making top 3 if one of those other 3 didn't make it. But yeah, it's not the largest of fields for the pros. A little disappointing considering what's on offer, but certainly some talent that can be displayed.
Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, you never know. With it being a race of 3 format, slightly elongated from that best of 3, right? But when you're looking at a format like this, anybody can catch a hot streak for a couple games, you know? Just about timing. Timing is everything, and it looks like Patrick's found a good time to kind of come back alive here.
Yeah, and one thing it sounds counterintuitive to say out loud, but the 13-inch board to me actually offers the ability for a lesser player to win. And I say that because the better player can consistently be one hole out 2 holes out, where on the 15-inch board they would have been smashing triples, and the lesser player may throw one perfect dart or one dart that is a triple, and then have the other two, 7 holes away, but they're throwing 4s and 5 marks versus 3 marks. Um, so the better player just being that millimeter off can actually open the door for the lesser player to pull off an upset.
I think that's a fair point. Any haywire triple, any missed dart that ends up going in the favor one way or the other, um, I think the higher level players would course correct sooner, but I definitely think the lower level players can catch hot streaks faster because of that same reason you just said. So I can't disagree with that per se. Trevor's definitely in some danger this leg. He has not been behind, especially by this level in any of the legs so far. So looking quickly with the 4-house advantage, like it's going to be Patrick's leg here to make it 2-1. But then that will also mean that Trevor, for the first time in this match, will finally get to have a throw first. Interesting thing of note here is that in the bracket right now, out of the 5 first-round matches, 3 of them are 2-2 right now. This one is 2-0 at the moment, and then there's one that's 1-1. So pretty much everyone's kind of doing some neck-and-neck matches here with 3 of them in tiebreakers. Patrick will take this one.
Yeah, Trevor with a pretty poor leg there, only averaging 2 marks a turn. Patrick really didn't have to do too much to win that leg. But Trevor will have the start here in leg number 4.
See what he's able to do with it. It's one thing to have it, it's another thing to capitalize with it. And it looks like he's definitely capitalizing with it. 7 mark open there for Trevor.
Decent.
Yeah, we'll go with decent. That's fair. Alan wants to hear Danny Bagsh's commentary and Patrick's. Well, let me tell you, it's about an A game and a B game. And I'm not saying his A game's bad, but his B game is his B game. That's how he sounds to me every time. I love you, Danny.
I got to admit, Danny was a good addition to the TOC commentary crew there.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed hearing him. Nothing against Sean. I really like Sean, but I think Danny adds a level of expertise, if you will, that Sean lacks.
Oh, certainly. Sean will tell you he is no expert when it comes to plays and expert at telling stories. And Danny, working with him, he's he was, it was really funny. He loved it a lot. He came up to me, he's like, "This is way more exhausting than playing darts all day." And I was like, "Yeah, it sneaks up on you."
I gotta tell you, when we first started doing this, I don't know, 12 years ago now, I really thought like, oh, sitting there talking for the day, this will be easy peasy. And I mean, it drags on. Like you start the continued focus consistent throughout the whole thing is tough to keep up.
Yeah, well, it's a mental focus. We're not trying to make it sound like we have the hardest job in the world, but I can tell you, staying mentally sharp, especially when you're someone like me who is not mentally sharp in the first place, it's tough to stay true all day. I will tell you my secret: fidget spinners. I always have something to fidget with in my hand.
I'm literally squeezing a stress ball right now.
Yeah, there you go.
And was spinning one of my wife's rocks earlier.
Did you ask her if you're allowed to use her rocks? Those are hers.
They're left out everywhere in my house. So I don't think she gets to say whether I'm allowed to touch her rocks or not.
Fair enough. Patrick,
and I mean that 2 ways.
Hey, all right. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Opportunity for Mr. Twitch Trevor right now. Needs to get rid of those 18s. He has the single on it. He can go for 2 fats if he wants. I'm not sure about that shot order there. I understand the two at the point want the close mentality on a 15-inch side, but there, I mean, getting that guaranteed close and instead of giving Patrick a chance to rally on him, in this case, doesn't hurt. And you can see those 18s going away as expected.
Yeah, but given that Trevor started with a 7 mark in this leg, for Patrick to be really within touching distance, he's done a pretty good job of staying with him.
Certainly, that last start like that will definitely help. Those 17s is what I say won Trevor game 1 and 2. So to take him away and close that point differential down to 4 points puts the pressure back on Trevor.
I would argue that him hitting what he's aiming at more often than Patrick is why he won legs 1 and 2. But you're the author, buddy. You write the story.
Listen, did you just call me Sean Green? I feel like you just Sean Greened me. I'm not sure. Oh my. Well, Trevor, 110-point advantage now. Gonna go right at him. Yeah, has to move up now. Oh, he stays there, getting another single, but giving Patrick an opportunity. 6 mark will get him in range. 7 mark will give him the lead. Yeah, 17s have come and gone. Now over to the 16s. Just keeps chucking away at them there. He just has to maintain control. If he just stays solid throughout the rest of this, even just 3 marks around, it forces Patrick to really have to play up now. Oh, and there you go. That's the nail and dagger right there. 7 mark there from Trevor to get a potential 3-1.
Trevor unable to find a bull. Not that I think it matters very much, but prolonging the agony for Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick getting 3 there, but it's too little too late. So now you're going to see Trevor here. He's been having a lot of trouble finishing out these games on the Bulls, but again, no immediate danger. Trevor's still struggling on these Bulls. Currently 0 for 9 or 0 for 8 on them right now. This is where it starts to get real dicey if Patrick keeps chucking away. I mean, he's only 4 balls away from regaining that point lead. Still 3 houses down, though. I mean, Trevor needs to snap out of whatever confusion he's in at the moment. There he goes. Finds the double. One more of those. Doesn't connect. Patrick hits 4, regains the point lead. You never know. Bad time for Patrick here to fall short, as he was nailing them pretty good before, but now, I mean, you have to imagine there's no more room for error here. Come on, Trevor, take it home. There he goes. He's a little frustrated with himself. It took him a little bit longer than he would have liked to get there, but 3-1 victory. Trevor Fedewa takes down Patrick Atea. And coming up next here, I believe we're going to have Randy Fern and Dan Burke on our board.
Yeah, should be a good one, possibly a precursor to our final. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back for more darting action.
We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Give us just a moment, and we'll get the next match on the board shortly. Well, I hope you guys didn't go far, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nick the Sheriff, joined by DJ Sayer here, and what is a second round match that very well could also be our finals match, looking at the quality of this cast. Randy Fern, Dan Burke, duking it out in the race to 3 format here. Excited to see how this goes out.
Yeah, we got a two-time ESPN Invitational finalist. Well, top 4, if you will. And Randy Fern taking on, honestly, one of the most decorated BullShooter regional guys the last couple of years. He and Dustin Holt kind of making the rounds quite a bit, doing a lot of winning. And Dan Burke.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are some savvy veterans of the sport that are going at it here. You can tell. I mean, and both these guys have a reputation for being really nice guys, especially like Randy Fern. The amount of people that said he's like the nicest pro I know. And like, but the contrast of like how nice they are, but like how determined and serious they are on the dartboard shows that these guys are competitors at heart. Dan needs to connect here, needs to get as many points as he can because those 19s will be going away regardless next turn. Doesn't find it though. Randy closing those 18s. Now you expect him to find those 19s and does so in style with a 5 mark there. And jumping out, swinging in this leg. You can see Denver just trying to get himself settled, right? He had a first round bye, so this is his first starts of the whole tournament weekend. And so really, it's that first round blues, and he needs to just settle in and throw his game. And he's, again, someone that will course correct pretty quickly. Axe turn from Randy kind of opens that door a little bit for Dan here. Oh, that's a great first start for him, too.
Yeah, Dan battling back in this one. Randy kind of letting him hang around.
Randy's shown a little bit more consistency so far in this first leg, but hasn't had the same level of explosiveness. That last start will help quite a lot, though, forcing Dan again to start downstairs. Oh, a little bit of overcorrection on the second dart there. Just trying to stack it up and kind of got away from him. Does correct and get that 1 point advantage. Lax turn from Magneto there.
Yeah, Dan, in my opinion, wisely taking away the 18 will probably force Randy to a new number.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on the Wisely part, right? I mean, it just made sense in that scenario. Those two singles are better spent closing upstairs. In this case, Randy does end up getting another playground to work on, but if anything, he's downgraded in how much he can score per turn now. So Dan Burke with a well-thrown shot. Let's see if he can follow it up.
Yeah, essentially Dan's last round equates to 9 points per triple moving forward. Now, I don't like that shot selection. Once you have the bigger number, stay there and take advantage as he goes back with the third.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about time and time again, right? I mean, it's about that bigger real estate and who has the bigger number, better player at that moment, right? And so when you can force them to downgrade from an 18 to an 15, it's huge. You can't underestimate how much of an advantage that really is in the long term of a game when these guys are expected to hit a triple every round and then some. Now Randy has advantage. Did what he needed to do. Got rid of the 17s, having the point lead. Now Dan needs to really lay it in thick on those 16s. Gets it within 5, but control still with Magneto at the moment. Oh, and that first start's huge. Now he can do whatever he wants. Alexa, stay on it. Finds another. Might just load it up the way he's hitting it. He does load it up. 3 in the bed there for Randy Fern Magneto.
Yeah, talk about daggers. That puts a lot of pressure on Dan to essentially have to follow. A 9 will get him the point lead, but not going to happen.
You can see he kind of just quickly switched to the bull there. And those 16s were not working the way you want them to, and doesn't connect on those either. So between the big turn from Randy and the lax turn from Dan, leg number 1's going in the way of Magneto, if you ask me. Let's get that double 16 in the last start. Everyone tag Mike Maloney in chat, please. Double and last there for Dan doesn't do enough at this point. We're not going to see what we saw with like Trevor in the first round match, where there's a lot of missed bulls time and time again. These guys, especially these two in particular, are going to be more dialed in on average. Dan down 7 bulls. Ways to go. Yeah, not going to find enough there. Randy's just continuing to find it, just trying to dial it in. These bulls have not been connecting for any of these players today so far, at least not as well as what they are typically used to hitting.
Goes back to my early argument that I don't like the bull strategy in cricket. This bull is smaller.
That is fair. I would offer to try to prove it by playing you, but who would want to watch me get beat that badly?
Yeah, I wish that I could talk smack, but I rarely touch my darts anymore. So who knows? I might get destroyed.
Oh, don't worry. Not if you're playing me. Now, these guys, maybe. Yeah, they're both kind of having a laugh about it at the moment, it seems. Something in the air, right? When one person starts struggling on something, oftentimes you see the other person kind of follow suit.
Well, and I think too what you're seeing is a lack of pressure. Um, I think that if Dan were to hit a big shot to actually put himself in contention, you would see the level of focus from Randy go up a little bit to where he actually hits it.
That's completely fair as well. As you see, Randy Fern does take leg number one there. Sorry about that. I had to sign a few autographs. Everyone kept coming up to me saying, "Oh, you must be Gordon Dixon." I'm like, "Sure," and I signed their autographs.
Uh, I'm speechless.
As Larry in the background saying, "I wish people liked me."
Do you still have pink hair?
Yeah, I haven't had time to go to a stylist. Been traveling a bit much.
So people think that Gordon has pink hair.
No, I
That might be
definitely
the
made it
best
up.
part of the story.
I made it up. You think people are coming around asking for Gordon's autograph? Come on, come on. Who does he think he is? DJ Sayer?
He definitely does not think he's DJ Sayer.
You're like, I can confirm that actually. A little bit of a point battle going on upstairs. Sugar Shane, I expect a pink beard next time I see you in person.
Do you think when you went to Hattie B's Hot Chicken, they gave you the white guy with pink hair special?
Yeah, that's why it wasn't too spicy.
Yeah, they probably knew, like, this dude's probably a food blogger, and if we give him the spicy one, it'll be bad news.
I'm not gonna lie. I've done a lot of things. I've talked in front of crowds. I've worked a lot of shows in the darts community. Nothing was more nerve wracking than going on Facebook Live at a hot chicken restaurant, eating a sandwich, and talking about it. Like that was the most pressure I think I've ever felt.
Because you thought you might cry?
No, not because I thought I might cry. I'll have you know, I did cry.
Well, I guess you thought right.
Oh no! I ordered medium. I ordered the most popular of everything. That was what I told the guy at the desk. I was like, I want the most popular item of each, and that's how I based it. But again, Hattie B's gave way too much free promo out of this. All right, they got a 7 out of 10 in total. That's
7 out of 10. That's a solid score. Don't you ever watch Portnoy?
Yeah, and this is a one bite pizza reviews. All right.
7. He rarely gives 7s.
Look, I'm doing 5 as an average experience, and 7 would be an above average, right? So 5 is not bad, but 5 is not good. 7 means that the food was good, but the weight and everything else just made it heartburn. If there was no other factors, like the sandwich alone got an 8 or an 8.5, depending on the day.
Wait, so you didn't even judge the food based on the food?
I did. I gave a score based on the food, and then I weighted it based on the experience after.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, listen, you go to food critic school like I did, and then tell me how it's done.
But I've been living food critic school my whole life. Look at me.
When I see you, I see competitive athlete. That's what I see. I see pro darts. That's all I see.
Yep. I used to be a professional athlete in my day.
People might get mad, but that's what peak performance looks like, folks.
I don't like the term athlete though. I've always used sportsman.
Sportsman's a better term.
Because you get into that whole like darts isn't a sport thing. Like actually it is. So technically I'm a sportsman.
Yeah, we'll go with sportsman. I would say that.
But I am not athletic. Well, I'm not athletic in the sense of running and jumping. But anyway.
I mean, I play softball every Wednesday. Does that make me an athlete? Probably not, because I play catcher.
You literally play the position where they put the worst player.
Hey, well, I actually got promoted.
Did you play Little League and you had to play right field?
No, I didn't play any organized sports as a kid. I played Minecraft, and now I'm a not well-adjusted adult. Okay, DJ.
You're like Smalls. Just hold your glove up, eyes closed. I'll hit it into your glove.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Oh, jeez. Yeah, anyways, there's darts going on, by the way. Randy versus Dan.
Yeah, I wish this match was more exciting. Jeez.
I definitely think it's not the best performance that we're going to see out of these guys, and I mean they are both potential favorites for the finals. So hopefully we'll get a rematch. But it's one of those things where those guys. I mean, it's the first match of the weekend. Excuse me. I think that's just not what they're fully in gear for. I mean, Randy going 3-2 in his first match definitely shows that he's not in dominant form yet, and Dan coming off a bye straight into this.
No, I was being pretty facetious there. I mean,
I'll say it as it is.
We talk about 4.0 typically the kind of line for this 13-inch board. These players just hovering south of that. So certainly not far off from what we expect, but absolutely not the ceiling that we come to want from these guys.
Well, exactly. And it's also just a testament to the standard of the game getting tougher and tougher where, people are used to seeing these big electric rounds all the time. But there's peaks and valleys in everybody's dart game and in every point of a tournament bracket. Although this is a good stuff from Randy at the moment. Finding 7. Tried to load it up. Did hit a 3 in the bed earlier in the previous leg on the 15s. Ooh. That wasn't a normal Randy dart for sure.
Yeah, it's a huge opening for Dan here. I mean, only down 62 points. Could potentially take the lead here in the 18s.
He's He's going to need to take full advantage of it, though. An opportunity he definitely wasn't expecting to have.
I'd actually switch up to 18s right now. But he's staying all day.
Yeah, I agree
Good
with you.
shot.
I agree with you on the switch on the second. If he did end up hitting it, but of course he did drill that second dart there. But yeah, that guaranteed close would have potentially done him more. But still a great shot.
I'm a firm believer that a triple is a triple is a triple. It doesn't matter what you threw it at. Like, we can get subjective and talk about, with the angle and all of that. But so he had a triple 17 down less than one mark. He goes at the 18s. If he catches a triple with the second dart, back to the 17s for the lead. If he hits a single, he can stay there, make sure he gets the close. Now he has the bigger ground. If he misses entirely, still back to the 17 to guarantee the point lead. So it actually offered him quite a few options. I mean, Randy ended up following with a good shot as well. So it's kind of a moot point. But yeah, I think the getting rid of the 18 there was probably a better shot. Forced Randy to throw at a new number.
I agree. It's a momentum swing. It's one thing where he would be doing it a close down in points, which is always a risk that they're bound to take. But in that situation, you're absolutely right. It does afford him way more opportunities otherwise. But now Randy has two houses up.
I talk about it a lot. It's a transfer of pressure. Like, inherently, there's no pressure in darts. The only pressure is when your opponent does something to where you put pressure on yourself. So him closing down in score, Randy now has to think, do I want to close 17s up in lead, go to a new number where I know I have to hit a triple to get the point lead back? It just gives the possibility of Randy actually applying pressure to his own shot.
This is definitely a do or die for leg number 2 right now for Dan. Needs to either load up the bulls, get some closes, maybe a combination of the two. This is definitely not the situation he expected to be. Down 2 numbers going in. That's a good fallout.
Miss.
Yeah, it's a great miss.
18. Oh, well, good double bull.
Yeah, stays on for the double. Definitely had the option to switch there. There's an argument for just taking the 5-3 on the bulls, especially with how much Randy struggled on the bulls the last leg. But yeah, now Randy's just going to load up if he can. Added one bull there and it's now switched.
Very odd shot selection there from Randy. The single 18 didn't actually push the bull. It just made it a tie.
You're right. It did make it a tie.
So Dan just needs 2 and 2.
Yeah, I don't think Dan was expecting to see this, especially, again, given the situation. There's a lack of focus from Fern. Needs to stay true. Double 18 or trip. Ooh, just catches the wire. Well thrown dart. Randy had to take. I don't think he knew he was going to win after 2 bulls there. Well, now up 2-0, and what's been a very interesting development across the board for them. I definitely don't think in that last leg Dan was out of that leg up until about the very end there, and still almost had a shot for the match or for the game. But he's going to need to start bringing out a little bit more of his A game here and pressuring Randy, and hope that Randy doesn't also rise to the pressure. Once one guy has their foot on the pedal, you notice everyone else starts speeding up as well.
Great shot there from Dan. Certainly do or die now. Down 2-0. It's going to have to win 3 on the spin.
Yeah, but he's also going to be a person that won't give up in the face of adversity. If anything, I think that might be that push that he really needs to drive it home and pick up his game. It's still going to be a tall task, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely something that if there's anybody in this bracket that I think would be capable of, he's one of the few I would say he could. That's a lax turn, though. Does not leave himself a 9 mark ahead, so Randy, if he has perfection, can really make this hurt. Not bad placement for him. He can kind of work in on that. Oh, great second from Dan. Yeah, it just goes right at those 18s after that, just trying to eliminate it down. Yeah, now this is a little bit more of what we expect to see out of these guys. Great last start there from Randy. Goes ahead and closes there. I do like that close. Just needs to get out of the way. Down 15 points, though, so this could be a potential big moment here for Magneto. It's a gamble on Dan's part. It's either he hits the big shot or he doesn't right now. Oh, he can take a look upstairs if he wants to. He might just, yeah, he's staying laser focused down there. 49-point difference. Oh, it does do the quick switch on it. Lays right on top of that wire. Again, kind of a back and forth. Randy shooting a 4.8, but is definitely still behind this leg because he's going against the throw. At some point, is going to need to take a look at that prime real estate, those 20s. They're staying in the game a little too long, and that's what's keeping Dan from really getting stopped at the moment, is the fact that they're just such a good number for him right now.
Yeah, best leg of the match so far. You can tell Dan really wanting to win this leg or needing to win this leg. The focus level, as you see a big 9 mark there for 180 points, it's just increased. There's something you can just see in both of them. The joking just kind of went to the side.
Yeah, and like we said, once one starts to get serious and picks up their game, we kind of expected the other one to follow suit. Because if they don't, it's going to be a quick game, that's for sure. And just going to be able to go right those 17s there. No need to mess around with them. With him being up as far as he is, he can really shoot at whatever. Oh, well, now he has to stay at the 17s, but he can shoot at whatever he wants right now until Randy hits a big turn to get back in. Randy's catching cold spell now. Does connect on the last, but 110-point difference. See if Dan can get a leg on the board here. Needs to start those 16s and move over. Finds it with ease. No, over to the 15s. A little bit wayward for him. A little bit excited there, Dan. But good course correction. Finds it on the last 6 mark there and averaging a 4.67. Dan Burke looking solid in leg at number 3 here.
Solid.
Solid indeed.
Well, identical to our first match, when a player goes down 2-0, the third leg's really not the important one. It's that fourth leg where the guy that's up 2-0 knows that he's going to have to start in the fourth leg up 2-1.
Exactly. Yeah, well said indeed. Randy's trying to fight back on these bulls here. Does connect and find 4 of them. Not enough to get that point lead. Still down 60. So Dan can still go right at it here, especially with that 2-house advantage. He needs to stop messing around on him and send it here.
Just send it.
And he does send it. 2-1 now in this race of 3 format. Randy Fern will get the throw, though. And like you said, this is the important one. Can Dan break Magneto's throw? Update on our bracket here. Trevor Fedewad is our first to be in the top 4 on the winner side. Moving along there. 3 straight over Dayton. Winner of this match will either get Cody Cotterill or James Hugh. Cody is currently up 2-1 on that one. That's taking place over on board 34 if you guys are in the chat. Or in here in person, excuse me, but are also in our chat. You guys kind of got what I meant, probably. All right, he's going to try to follow that 7 opener. Just needs to close those 19s. Nothing fancy now. Gets a 2-house advantage to get going here. Oh, Dan needs to find something here. Even just a single, you can't imagine it would prevent Randy from going right at it. If you guys want to follow along with our bracket there, the pro men's singles bracket is posted in the chat there. Of course, as DJ said so eloquently earlier, if you guys want to find out more, open up your app, the BullShooter app. You can find it on the Android or Apple App Store. From there, you can go ahead and load up into the Tournament King section, and then you can see all events, and you'll be able to see all current brackets available, including the women's and the men's non-pro bracket. Yeah, Dan is really struggling at the wrong time now. This is not good. As you said, this leg 4 is so important, and here we are, and Randy's up 3, about to be 4 numbers.
Yeah, I think we can write Dan off in this one.
Oh, so we almost got another 9 mark there, 7 mark from Randy. And Dan just kind of throws up his hands. He's like, all right, well, not much I can do now. Kind of laughing it off and just keeping that mentality clear. It's double elimination bracket, so if you lose here, you're not out of it. And again, these invitational invites for the winner is so important to get if you want to get a big shot of being on a big stage. Dan's just kind of having a laugh right now. Kind of resided himself in this one. He's just going to have to kind of wipe that mentality and go on to the next. And it's definitely not going to be over for him in this run. Again, these loser bracket matches, anybody can run out of them. So just about not caring what happened in the last match into your next one. Not quite over, though. Still got some work to do, Randy, in his next go-around.
It's over. One bull's not work for Randy.
You were right. I'm just trying to dramatize it for the fans.
I think we have a smarter audience than that.
I've read your chat. I don't know about that. I'm just kidding.
Are you kidding me? Those roasting comments were gold.
That is true. They were on point earlier. And there we go. Randy Fern does take it there. So good shooting from those guys. 3-1 win. Randy Fern over Dan Burke. I believe coming up next here, we're going to have Trevor Fedwell and Matt Jenkins as our first top 4 match on the winners side here. So give us just a few minutes to set that up. I am Nick the Sheriff, joined by the one, the only, and the DJ in the booth, DJ Sayer. Be back in just a moment here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nick the Sheriff, joined by DJ Sayer here for our first top 4 match of the pro singles bracket here in Kalamazoo, Michigan, a place I didn't know was real until I showed up here.
The old Kazoo.
Yeah, excited to be bringing you this one. Matt Jenkins, Trevor Fedewa going at it here on the dartboard. So excited to see how this one plays out. Now, DJ, who do you got here? Who are you thinking is going to be moving on to next one? Do you have any predictions here?
Well, I'd like to tell you that I know who Matt Jenkins is, but unfortunately I do not. He's probably one of the only 2 or 3 names in the field that I'm not familiar with. So I got to peg Trevor just based on my ignorance of Matt's game, but yeah.
Yeah, Jenks is a player I've seen around. I haven't had a chance to commentate over, but I know he's very active in the Dark Community chats. He's wearing one of those Dark Horse Classics for the Booyah Cup, and I know he travels quite around. So a real sleeper in the field for a lot of people. He did win 3-2 over Travis Brewster and then 3-0 over Wagner. So on a pretty decent run so far. And Trevor, on the other hand, we saw that nice solid 3-1 win and then a 3-0 win after that. So both these players having very similar records into this point of the match. We're going to see how it plays out. Oh, you get all the Wisconsinites in chat are going crazy now, so they all know what's going on. Guys, if you want to follow along with your favorite players and we're not featuring them for whatever reason, maybe it's because we don't like you or whatever else it may be, just follow along with our bracket. Posted it in the chats there. Follow along and you'll be able to see what else is going on. Or, of course, on the tournament section of your BullShooter app, you'll be able to see all these brackets as well.
Wait, did I upset a bunch of Wisconsin folk?
No, I am. I like to rile them up because I'm going to be in Plover, Wisconsin in just under 2 weeks here. So just trying to get them all riled up before I get there.
Gotcha. So Matt Jenkins is from Wisconsin?
I believe so.
Gotcha. Well, Wisconsin, one of the hotbeds for soft tip darters.
Yeah, the unofficial dart capital of the U.S., if you ask me.
It's a little much.
It's a little. You're biased.
How? We've had this debate so many times on social media. Like, it always changes, but at the end of the day, it always comes back to if you draw a radius in the southeastern portion / halfway of Ohio, where you include Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati area, you won't find a better area in the U.S.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But I obviously have a lot of soft tip.
This was also circa 3 years ago when DJ actually played darts. But
I do like the third person.
yeah.
No, I mean that's a fair assessment. I guess because of my involvement specifically in the soft tip community in general, just Wisconsin's dart population is insane. Like their state tournament was nearly as big as the NDA tournament that I came off of the week prior. So I mean they just got a lot of talent.
Sheer numbers. It's hard to argue with. I know Whammo's huge. I think South Dakota might have it beat just on a state tournament level, but
they're close. They are very close.
But yeah, I certainly think that, especially in the soft tip side, I mean, 2 of the greatest soft tip dart players to ever come out in Scott Kirchner and Benny Dersch came out of Wisconsin. So, among others, don't come for me, but those are the top 2. So yeah, I'm saying it in jest, but also I kind of mean it.
Hey, you're entirely valid to have any opinions you want, whether they be right or wrong. In this case, I think you're right. Trevor's looking pretty solid in this leg so far. Nothing fancy, no fanfare. Just kind of going to work here. And Matt, you have to wonder because he was quick to go up to the board. As soon as this was called, he was in the room and he was constantly throwing darts this entire time. I almost wonder if there's something he's trying to work out in his head or something else, and maybe he just thought by going straight to the board and really hammering it that it would get him resorted.
You're talking about Jinx or
Jenks, yeah.
so? Fill me in. What was the expectation from Matt in this match?
I mean, this is my first time actually watching him play. I've known the name. I've talked with him before, but after watching him play, I definitely think he wants to get to the next level. He's been putting a lot of time on the board. He's really been putting the tungsten to the plastic here, and seeing him go so quickly to the board as soon as it was called shows me either A, he's confident and ready to go, or B, the exact opposite. He's ready to put some practice in because something's not right, and he kind of felt like he got away with it. So that's where I think his mentality's at. I think right now, after seeing the average, seeing the performance, that he's not happy with how his darts have been going. Even though he's still on the winner's side, he's not happy with how he's gone there so far, and he's just been waiting to get punished, and Trevor seems to be keen to do so. Almost got himself back in there. Double would have gotten the point lead. But 3 darts for a single bull.
We've seen Trevor have issues finding the bull to close out cricket legs in the past.
Oh, this
and
is another one.
Again. Couldn't even fall out, lucky. So Matt actually only going to need 2 bulls to get a stab at the 17 for the leg.
Yeah, let's see if Jenks can do it here. Very important to rise to this occasion. Takes that deep breath. Needs the laser in. Needs a double now. Oh. Can't do that. There we go. Trevor not messing around with it as much as he did in the past. And you're right, he did struggle a lot in that first match that we saw. He threw, I believe it was 8 missed darts at the bull before connecting. So that was something where it's definitely not a strong suit, but overall was in mostly control up until those bulls came into play. It's going to be up to Matt to see if he can rein in those 30 years of experience on the dartboard. And not good misses there. I mean, no miss is ideal, right? But those are going left to right, up and down. You want to make sure if you're missing within that same dialed-in region, because then it's just a small correction. But right now, it seems like there's definitely something a little out of sorts for him, and he's gone through 2 opponents already, so you have to imagine he's going to be able to figure it out one way or the other, just about when he can figure it out. See, Trevor threw that first dart, and he kind of shook his head. Like, yeah, it hit the single, and it was high. It wasn't where he wanted it to be. But to completely break your concentration by shaking your head there and not fully walking off the hockey, if you're gonna break your concentration, shake your head, get frustrated, I feel like you have to fully back off and then re-enter, because otherwise you're just not setting yourself up for success on your next dart. Good last dart there. That's going to need a rally. Needs a 4 mark to get ahead here. Oh, does connect on the last.
Here comes Trevor. Was waiting for a big shot. There we get a big 9 mark. Pile of 20s plus closing the 19.
Solid answer, but not enough to get anywhere near that lead. So with firm control, Trevor just needs to keep chugging along here. Yeah, just going to attack him. Big fat single here. Plays it safe on that last. Again, a few extra points can't hurt.
Now, no pressure on Trevor. Just needs to stay straight. Could probably go 3 marks a turn from here and have no worries.
He's trying to figure out how to make sure he gets at least a single on this last start. Don't want to risk a fight and ends up fighting right into the trip there.
Yeah, a bit aggressive, but does manage to find his way through.
Jinx is a little out of sort here at the moment. I mean, Trevor, we saw in that first match. I mean, he definitely is a solid shot. He just hasn't shown too much explosiveness on the dartboard, but what he has shown is that when he needs to pile in 3 singles or something light, he will and has. Except when I say it out loud. Single 16, then over to the 15s with that 2-house advantage. Pops the 16, over to the 15s now. Does take a glance at the scoreboard, deciding how he wants to attack it. We'll lay up a single first. Jenks not able to find the bull. He does get on the last, but peppering on the outside here makes it seem pretty much certain that Trevor's going to have that 2-0 advantage, which has been a blessing so far on our stream with these quick 2-0 leads that we've been seeing. I will say, for those that tuned in last week for our coverage at Tennessee compared to this week, we definitely have a lot more action in the men's and women's non-pro than we saw. So there's going to be plenty of stuff going on in those brackets as well, and we'll try to keep you updated on some of the major ones that will be going on in the background as well. That's a 2-0 lead now for Trevor. Matt getting a 3 mark open there. Nothing fancy. That's an awkward first start, though, for Trevor. Kind of hanging over that bed a little bit. Does try to adjust to get around it. Only getting 2 there, though, so Matt will have control to start off. Huge switch on the last there. I like the aggressive look at the 19, but if you're not feeling confident enough to get that close, getting that point lead first is so much more important.
Yeah, for me, I don't like Jinx allowing Trevor to live for too long because I mean, based on the first 2 legs, that Trevor's the better player on average. So I would say if I were advising Jinx, it would be to be as aggressive as possible. Try to end legs as quickly as you can.
Certainly not a bad approach at all. I mean, when you're talking those average differences, the law of averages shows it's going to be whoever has the higher one on average will average out better. Matt still has that point lead advantage here. Does get those 17s away immediately. I believe he might have you on like a secret headphone or something. Great last start there from Jinx.
We've done that in the past.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Texas, Robert Owen would actually was listening to commentary while playing.
I could
now
never.
There's a slight delay, like I think 5 seconds, something like that. So he would be at the board, throw his first dart, I'd say something, and then like he'd laugh before throwing his second dart.
Yeah, see that I could never ever understand that as a player. I've seen some players talk about doing it and seen it on the CSC once or twice, but like man, that level of being able to like break your focus and then regain it is insane.
I mean, he did it as a joke and couldn't keep it up the entire match. He did eventually bail on it. Candidly, he was playing somebody that I think he knew he was going to beat. So he was kind of afforded the opportunity to goof off. But yeah, it all stemmed from like the night before. There was apparently controversy about coaching. So I guess somebody was playing and like their partner told them like what to throw at or something. It was a big to do. So then Robert like jokingly was like, I can't wait to wear my headphones and listen to DJ's coaching when I play. And sure enough, he was on the feed almost immediately and he had to follow through.
Listen, I mean that's a good statement piece right there. You know, now that I know that there was for a cause behind it, that's kind of funny. I definitely we saw it on the CSC Challenger Series where Gabe Steffen was playing his match. He'd throw his darts and then comment based on what he thought about them or what the commentators were saying about them, and then go back. And he did it for the entire best of 17. It was
Who did this?
Gabe Steffen in the CSC. I'm not sure who he's playing against, but it was one of our Division 1 matchups.
So he commented about every shot?
Pretty much. I mean, he had his phone and was commenting actively the entirety of the match and would comment about, like, if he missed a shot, he would say, man, I didn't agree with that at all, or whatever. He was just constantly saying something in the chat. It was a spectacle on our end to see.
Was he holding a matchup?
No, he would throw the 3 darts and then comment on what he thought about those 3 darts. It was pretty impressive. It's something that would only work in the in remote play for sure. Because when in person, if my opponent was doing that, I would slap the phone out of their hand.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
I know Maloney is kind of notorious for being in the chat when playing.
He'll do it, but not. He won't do it like on his big ones. Like him and Gates, he was not actively using his phone at all. Or at least from my point of view, I couldn't see it.
He was too busy hurting that man.
He did hurt that man.
He acted like that man didn't have a family.
Certainly how it came off 9-3 win there. It was crazy.
Yeah, which is even funnier too for me, just because they had just played together at TOC. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, have you had that experience of playing with a partner that you then have to go against pretty quickly after, maybe like a singles at the same tournament?
Probably not to the size of the CSC. I mean, but yeah, Gordon and I have always played together pretty much, and we've certainly ran into each other in singles events many a times.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's I mean, we saw it last week in Tennessee where it was Timmy Bagley and Joe Chaney playing against each other in the singles final, but then we're partners the rest of the week, and it's one of those things where a lot of players, some struggle with it and some thrive off playing someone they're familiar with playing.
This probably wasn't the case for CSC, especially since it was just the king seat match, but typically, especially in steel tip tournaments, I can tell you that a lot of the players are splitting on the weekend. So and I'm assuming it happened with Cheney and Bagley in Tennessee, but two partners meeting in the singles finals, they're just chopping that up anyways. Like,
makes sense.
I don't think either one of them is coming away from that like not pleased.
Oh, absolutely. If I was going against a friend, it would be up for consideration as well. Well, let's talk about this here, right? 2-1 Trevor Matt. We've seen it whenever someone has a 2-1, it starts off 2-0 and then gives up a leg, and then all of a sudden it goes to leg 4. We've seen it work every time in the favor of the person that's in advantage. And I wonder if that's
every
going to be
match
the case
we've
here.
had so far.
Every
this
match.
Has been the scoreline. It has went the exact same 2-0, 2-1, 3-1.
And they say the NFL is scripted.
Well, you should have told me beforehand so that I could put some bets out there.
Well, yeah, but I want you to be surprised.
Oh. Yeah, keep me in the dark. I'm already, like, what, 5 hours away? Jeez.
Yeah, well, that's probably for the best, because I definitely didn't shower before jumping in the commentary booth today.
LJ appreciates it.
Brad was just walking by me when I said that. He just looked disgusted at me and then walked away.
Who?
Brad.
No.
John Bates asking, how can I view the different brackets? So I'll go and put some in the chat again for you. But, of course, you just load up your BullShooter app on your smart device, Android or iPhone. Once you're in that app, you can go over to the tournaments section, hit all events, and you'll be able to see all available brackets that are currently on for this regional and all other events run on the Tournament King software.
Yeah, and an added note too, that app is needed to play in BullShooter Regional. So trying to get everything pushed, or they have pushed everything to the technology. So pre-registration through the app, you'll get notifications when your matches are live, everything, and then obviously for the folks like you and I at home, we can follow along with the brackets and whatnot. So pretty cool advancement there for BullShooter this year.
Oh, I can't understate how huge of an advancement it is. As someone that has played in every BullShooter for the last 5 years, or every Florida BullShooter for the last 5 years, I can tell you it is massive. It has made brackets flow significantly faster. It has made it so those people that inevitably sneak away for a smoke break, they get that notification, and rather than getting lost in conversation outside, those things go by way quicker now. And it shows a lot more. Not the pros are usually pretty good about knowing when they're up or when they're not up. In these non-pro brackets and in the women's bracket alike, I mean, you can tell that they're just snappy on it.
Yeah, I will admit, I think the women are the most diligent when it comes to like getting on with their matches. Even the warm-up routine, like the women rarely do the 30-turn marathon warm-up. They're just more down to business, whereas the gentlemen not so much.
Men are lazy. What do we got to say? Women, you know.
You chalked it up to laziness?
No, no, I'm just trying to figure out ways to kiss up to the women and make friends.
This is not your time.
This is not the time.
This is not the time for that.
Well, I heard it was a singles event, and I got confused. I didn't realize it was darts related. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, we've had some BullShooter regionals where there was some gatherings in the hotel.
Which is funny. This hotel has signs posted that there's supposed to be no social gatherings after 11 p.m. And I was like, oh boy, here we go.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was more so like a plaque on the wall. I don't think it was anything that they put up specifically for us, but it made me laugh.
Yeah, I got bad news for him. But no, we were. I'm pretty sure I remember which hotel it was, which tournament. I was actually in attendance for the regional, but simultaneously at the same time, there might have been a upside down pineapple convention.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of the guys were hanging out in the bar a little too long.
Yeah, so just hypothetically speaking, when and where and how? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Looks like our storyline's ready.
Actually, I think this regional replaced that one.
Oh, really? Oh boy, that's funny. That is funny. Looks like Trevor, though, gonna keep that storyline true, that 3-1 scoreline that we've been seeing time and time again. Only gets one, but no outshot in sight for Matt Jenks. Coming up next will be Randy Fern and Cody Cottrell taking on the winner of this match. And then we'll cover out the rest of the losers bracket and then move over to our non-pro brackets after that.
And there she is. So again, we get a 3-1 scoreline. Trevor Fedewa moving into the king seat match. For Jinx, he will try to improve upon his performance on the loser side. So as Nick said, we will get that other winners bracket semifinal coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is time for the other side of the top 4 to see who faces Trevor in that king seat match here. Cody Cottrell and Randy Fern duking it out. Excited to be bringing you coverage. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the commentary booth.
Yeah, good run here for Cody, Ohio guy. I'm pretty familiar with. He affectionately calls me his tater tot. He is my chicken nugget. But yeah, we'll see what he's got. With Cody's a unique beast. I don't know exactly his average. I could look it up for you. But he's one that I think has a pretty large span. I think his floor is pretty low and his ceiling's pretty high. So it'll be interesting to see which Cody we get here on the feed.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he has in store for us. Randy, when he was on the feed earlier, he heated up a lot by the end, but it took him a little bit to get there. And Randy even said to me when I was talking with him and Dan, I talked to them both, and they were just like, yeah, we were kind of just laughing at how much we were wiring everything. We both didn't really expect it, so we're going to see if he was able to get that sorted. I know he was eager to get back up to the board here. And then Cody, first time on the stream this weekend. Cody's quick to do that switch after the first single there. Did not end up paying off for him, though.
Yeah, I think the correct shot, though. Randy, obviously the higher average player, so play a little bit aggressive for Cody here. Take advantage of getting the start and starting fairly strong with a 5 mark.
That's a great go back at it there. Sets up right underneath and rides the barrel in on the second. The one thing that he's done in both these shots, though, I feel like his transitions, he's just so quick to throw after trying to transition. And it's been kind of going waywards considering when he's taking his time, he seems very accurate.
You were talking through it, but Cody caught the dart on the bounce out.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Never mind. That's an instant win. I don't know if Randy knows that rule, but actually now we just go to game 2.
I'm pretty sure he did because I never saw him bend over. True story. I once watched in still tip Jay Barlow throw a dart. It bounced straight back to the point that it bounced into his release, and he literally just drew it back and threw it again.
That's awesome. Please tell me there's video evidence of this.
No, there is not. But it was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. Like the wherewithal to just grab it and throw it again, because it bounced literally perfectly back into his stretched out finger.
I mean, that's an amazing feat. I am envious I didn't get to see that. You're kind of a dartsmith yourself, though. Don't you have a mean juggle at the dart line? And toss those darts up in the air?
Yeah, that's So one thing that a lot of people don't know, I actually get credit for the dart juggle. Gordon actually is the one that started the dart juggle. I just am very I don't know, I can't have idle hands, so I do it more than he does because I have to constantly be moving my hands. That's all it is. It's a nervous tick to keep my hands moving so that I'm not thinking. But yeah, the first time I ever met Gordon, he did it. He was already doing it, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I did it, and because I'm neurotic, I can't stop doing it.
Hey, you've inspired many to try and many to stab their own hands. I'll tell you what.
Another funny story. So there was a kid. I forget his name. I believe it's Brandon, but it's Hughes. They're from the Pittsburgh family. They lots of darts in the blood. The huge family, but their kid Brandon like tried it. Well, he saw me do it, and he was trying it like at steel tip, and I was like, no, 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 like try it with your soft tip darts, like blah blah blah. So literally like 30 minutes later, this kid comes running up to me, blood running down his shin, looks at me, and he's probably like 6 years old. Looks at me and was like, "Look what I did! Some role model you are!" And then he runs off.
That's amazing.
No, it's not.
That's there's no. Did they actually say that's some role model you are?
Yes, he did.
That's so
Looked
amazing.
me dead in the face, showed me the blood on his shin, and said, "Some role model you are."
Oh my! I mean that's not your fault per se. You said you soft tips. You did your due diligence.
Hey, I got blamed.
Well, as long as you weren't sued, we're doing just fine.
Yeah, I skated that one.
Ooh, doesn't connect on the last there for Randy, but he's been heating up a little bit, looking a lot more consistent and finding the bed pretty much every go now. Randy's able to get that close right away. He's kind of, yeah, he doesn't like the position on that 16 there. Does the correct thing, just moves off and moves somewhere else. In that case, a very correct thing, finding a 7 mark. Brian Bigham in chat saying the average 6-year-old probably doesn't know the statute of limitations, fortunately.
Well, he's an adult now. This was a while ago.
Yeah, how long have you been in the dart scene?
He recently graduated high school. I saw on Facebook on his mom Mickey's or Bill's one post.
He still has the scar to prove it.
I hope.
I hope.
Like, I want that to be his best war story. Like, well, when I was a kid, I flipped this pointy thing right into my shin.
That's when you lie and say you were bit by a shark. A very small shark.
That only works if you live in Florida.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
Yeah. Like, in Pittsburgh? Did the Ohio River get you?
No, but like you say it in the Pittsburgh area, right? And then they don't know what a shark bite looks like. Like, I've seen actual shark bites in Florida. I've never seen one when I'm up in Ohio.
Yeah, because we don't have sharks. That's the whole point.
Bill Hughes in chat says, yes, he does, LOL.
He does have a scar? I love it.
One bull away from Randy to take this first leg here. It was in Youngstown, Ohio.
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Youngstown, home of White House Farms, the best blueberry donuts on planet Earth.
How do we know this?
I've been to Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, I forgot about your amazing food critic abilities. So clearly you are the authority on blueberry donuts.
I will go get you some next time I'm in Ohio, and I'll bring it to you just to prove me right. I don't care. They are that good. True story. Here on the other end, I worked at the Melting Pot in Florida. I was like the head server there, and I had this table. They were like, "Yeah, we're going to go visit some."
Brag.
What?
Humble brag.
Humble brag. Yeah.
Server.
Head server. Yeah, certified trainer as well. Anyways, yeah. Okay, head trainer at the Melting Pot doesn't mean anything. I know how to melt cheese. That's great. So I had this table, like it was like, hey, we're going to Youngstown. You said you were from Ohio. Do you recommend? I was like, I've actually not been there, except for once, and I had these amazing donuts at this place called White House Farms. And they're like, we'll bring you back some. And I thought they were kidding. No, they actually vacuum sealed me a dozen of those donuts and brought them back to Florida. So I'm just saying they're that good that I've had them across country.
So is this the only time you ever had them?
No, I've had them twice. I had them once in person and once when hand delivered.
Okay. So were they as good vacuum sealed?
Well, no, they weren't made that day. They were pretty good, but when I had them in person, it was banging.
Well, I knew if you said yes, your whole story was going to be shot. I was trying to trap you there.
Are you trying to hurt my I like how you don't hurt my credibility as a commentator, as a semi-average dart player, but as the food critic thing's really hitting you.
Well, I guess you're going to have to prove yourself right.
Jonathan Wagner in chat saying, my wife agrees. She grew up in Youngstown and said they are the best. Thank you very much, Jonathan's wife.
This used to be the best chat in the business. Now all of a sudden, they all turning on me.
Yeah, well, that's because me and the rest of chat are huffing hair dye.
Oh, no, he didn't. Randy picked that one up for him.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Best blue. Do they have real blueberries in them?
Listen, I'm not going to keep talking about blueberry donuts. Some of us are trying to... I'm just kidding.
Hey.
They are literally blueberry colored.
I'm going to be honest. I love Cody, but the blueberry donut conversation, pretty interesting.
I'll pull up a picture and put it on the stream here if I have to. I mean, they are like, they have that nice purplish bluish hue to them. They're made from the farm fresh. This is the same farm was where you can cut down your own Christmas trees. It's a Christmas tree farm.
I didn't know blueberries and Christmas trees went together, but
well, they don't go together, but they had extra space for the blueberries because they already had the tree farm.
Like lamb and tuna fish.
All right, guys. So I'm going to actually bring Larry in to finish up today. It's been a pleasure, everybody. Really had a great time in the booth here.
Don't you do that to them.
That's fair. That's fair. I could never do that.
This. I did.
That's also very true. When I come up to Ohio at the end of the year, I will literally go across the other side of the state, then come back to bring you those.
Vacuum sealed.
Vacuum sealed. I'll even bring a vacuum sealer. That's fine.
All right, so Randy actually now needing to do something here because Cody has clawed his way back into this, and on cue, Randy
rising to the
finding
occasion.
A 7 mark to put quite a bit of distance between he and Cody, averaging 5 marks a turn on the little board.
Yeah, little board, big damage. That's definitely what's going on right now. Yeah, Cody's having some trouble. Not able to connect there, and expect Randy to take away the high ground here.
Yeah, up 118 points, but I think Randy is a believer that the longer the game goes, the more likely he is to win.
Oh, yeah, he's not in any hurry to close down and rush this one through. Cody, on the other hand, he's the one that needs to take advantage of these lax moments, right? Like right there, that last miss after the big close gives Cody an opportunity. If he opens up a number and scores at least a single point on it, I feel like he has to close those 19s. Now he can't. And Randy's going to go right those 18s. With the X on it, he has to make sure they get to close there because then he'll get that second number up and not give Cody a chance for a 9-mark answer the following turn.
I mean, we already knew that Cody was going to lose this leg, though, because every match today has went 2-0, 2-1, 3-1. And Randy won the first leg, so sorry.
All right. I'll take you out for $20 on the next leg. Who wins it? If you want, you're going to have to take Cody on the next one.
That was a terrible thing you just did to me. I don't appreciate it.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I take it back. Don't mean it. Well, I do mean it. That's besides the point.
I really hope that Cody wins, but I cannot put my money where my mouth is.
Well, we'll see. I mean, to be fair, in this format, in this style, especially if the loser goes first, it is hard to 3-0 anybody.
especially going second all 3 legs, because Randy did lose the court.
Yeah. And in fact, that is what happened in his first go on the stream. He lost the cork 1-2 straight and then ended up losing. Larry, I see you looking at the chat there. We were talking about blueberry donuts. Things got out of sorts. Don't even mind it. Randy, 315s and a double bowl away. Gets the 315s, 2 bulls.
Clinical leg there from Randy. So, yeah. Actually, this weekend in Circleville, Ohio, is the Pumpkin Festival or Pumpkin Show.
Okay.
Have you ever been?
No, not since I was a kid. I would have gone to one of those probably. It's been a long time since I've been up there for a festival.
Well, they have the best pumpkin donut on the planet.
And every white girl at Starbucks is happy about that. I'm going to be honest, this is controversial. I just don't really like pumpkin flavored things that much. Pumpkin pie even. It's a me problem.
Yeah, that's definitely a you problem. Again, this is a hit on your credibility as a food critic.
You can keep yelling pumpkin pie to me, Larry, but I'm still not going to like it. Sorry.
Cody trying to punish.
Cody only finding 2 there. I mean, he has the advantage, and with the X on his 20, have to play a little bit more aggressive, either getting another house or closing there.
It will continue to go back for me. The longer the game goes, the more likely Randy is to win. I think Cody's correct shot there was trip to 19 or go at the 19s, even if he finds 3 singles. Yeah, Randy gonna shut that 20 down now.
Yeah, he had to there, and he does with ease. And now, I mean, it's really, honestly, a -2 mark advantage, right, if you consider the house closed. Cody right now at 120 needs to be able to get a house open and try to get it closed in.
And he's put a blocker dart on it. Going to be difficult to find the 17, especially now.
Yeah,
Cody practically off screen.
He hits it. What a shot was that? That was impressive.
I think he hit it with the shaft.
Yeah, that was something else right there. I mean, that was truly a great shot. All 3 of those darts were well thrown, but it might not be enough. Randy right now just on a tear. Ooh, a little look to the side there as well.
Yeah, little surprised we're getting that kind of emotion out of Randy. There was actually a shot earlier towards the end of the leg where he went like single 16, triple 15, single bull, and he had a little bit of a look off like that. So Randy must be feeling it a little more than we saw earlier.
And I love it whenever players start showing that emotion, getting that drive in them. I mean, it's what's exciting to see from the fans' point of view. I mean, we want to see these guys really getting into it and just like acting purely on urge and response and adrenaline.
Well, Randy's fun to watch too, just because of the level of intensity that he displays. I mean, like he's a tall gentleman. He kind of like leans over a little bit, and he's looking through like the top of his eyes, like under his brow. Like, I don't know. It's just intense looking.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. When everyone was telling me, Randy, you're going to be so excited to meet him. He's one of the nicest guys, one of the nicest person. I'm like, he looks so mean and scary, though. But he actually is a super nice guy, but very serious demeanor.
I wouldn't arm wrestle Randy, but to talk to, pleasant.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, doesn't connect on the last. Cody just trying to get it close, and he needs to get something going, but it's just Randy's looking way better than he has in that first match that we saw. He's relaxed. He's throwing better, throwing in the mid 4 range, and on the 13-inch, that is a very good average.
Yeah, we talked earlier. 4.0 is kind of the baseline for where players will want to be. Well, I shouldn't say want to be, but that's kind of where the expectation, no less than, for your top players. And Randy, honestly, since probably the third leg of the first match we saw of him, he's been there or above the whole time.
Certainly, and that's why, I mean, he was one of the clear favorite picks for this. And the other favorite that we picked, Dan Burke, in the losers bracket after losing to Randy Fern. They just beat out Patrick Attea 2-0. We'll play the loser of this match, and that is what we are going to be covering next in the 5th, 6th place position.
Let's see. I'm going to look at this bracket here. I haven't had it pulled up in a second. So, on the other 5th, 6th match, we got Dayton Strawbridge and Matt Jenkins battling it out. I would wager to say that Dan Burke will probably beat whoever loses here. And Dayton will probably beat Matt. So you will see a Dan Burke Dayton 4th place. And then obviously Trevor and Randy still rolling. So a pretty chalky top 4 if that's the way it pans out.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Those were the top 4 names that I actually listed when we first looked at the bracket.
Well, I'm starting to think you might know a thing or two about what you're talking about.
I fake it really well.
To answer Millie and Chad's question in chat, I'll be at the Plover tournaments.
Plover? What's a Plover?
Plover in Plover, Wisconsin. It's a real popular tournament for the players. It's held in a bowling alley. As we see Randy Fern take it out there 3 straight over Cody. Yeah, real popular tournament, just hosted by the Doug Sports Pub team. Last year we saw the likes of Benny Dersh out there. We saw Chris Lim, Rick Hinsey. A lot of the big guys like showing up for that one. But that will do it for this one. So we have our next match coming up here shortly. Dan Burke, Cody Cottrell coming at you on the dartboard here. So don't go far, folks. Of course, Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer, and let us know, Blueberry Donuts, who has the best one, and tell me why I'm right. Be back in just a moment, everybody. Hello, everybody. Once again, I am Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer, and this is going to be a top 6 money match here. Dan Burke, Cody Cottrell taking it on here. Excited to see how this one takes place.
Yeah, Cody, fresh off of losing in the winner side, gonna have to battle against Dan, who's been battling for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Dan was not happy with his performance. I talked to him just after that match. You know, he said, "Oh, that damn bye is what got him. He didn't feel warmed up enough and went to the match." And I told him, I was like, "No offense, but it shows. Like, we know what you're capable of." And he said he's going to get back to the grinds and try to step it up here. So we'll see what he's able to do. I mean, Cody had some moments of brilliance, but unfortunately faced a very dominant Randy, and it's going to see how that last match resonates with him in this one on how well he'll do. Race of 2 is our format here, so a little bit shorter, which means it's impossible to see the 3-1 scoreline that we were seeing.
Well, and if our trend keeps up, it'll be 2-0.
Well, if that's the case, then whoever wins his first leg is going to be really happy.
Well, I think that goes without being said.
That's a very, very poor start from Dan, only getting a single mark there. Letting Cody just kind of grab those 19s for free. That dart kind of is a little bit of a floater from him. I mean, he normally doesn't have like the hardest of throws, but it just kind of seems like his release timing or something's a little bit off. His follow through and everything else looks about the same as normal. It's just they're just not going where he's aiming.
Yeah, Dan's grip for me has always been a little bit of a mystery, just because he like thumb basically right on the underneath part and then just kind of squeezes it with his first finger over top. I don't know. I know at one point I commented on one of his matches that it looked like he was gripping very tight, and he actually come back to me after hearing that, said I was correct. He changed it, and then like his game was a lot better. But yeah, I've never been able to really figure out how Dan has control of the dart with the way that he grips it, but it certainly works for him.
It's interesting you say it like that, though, right? Because like you pointed out something, and they listened to it back and got the correction, but you really don't know what you're doing on the dart line. Like you might be semi-aware of certain parts of your throw, but you don't know all the idiosyncrasies until you see it from someone else's point of view, or you have a camera on you and you get a chance to watch it, because there's some things that you just don't even realize they're subconscious when you're throwing. So sometimes having that extra set of eyes makes a huge difference.
And Cody putting a leg together here. Averaging 4.2.
Yeah, averaging the funny number. Doing good. Dan just goes right up to those bulls, decides to chuck away at him, knowing that this leg is definitely far from his favor.
Did that misregister? I think we might have got a misregister twice. No?
He didn't try to correct it, so.
Interesting.
Try to catch his dart again. I think he's taking it as a challenge from you, DJ.
I'm telling you, you did it the first time.
Cody now 215 single balls, all that's needed. No fanfare. What would be a whitewash of a first leg against Dan Burke?
Oh, but he misses a single 15. Feeling bad for Dan. Gonna let him put some score on the board.
They just throw it up the arm saying, come on, you quit. having a little bit of a laugh, showing his positive mentality through this, which is good because he's going to need to keep out of that headspace and focus strong on this next leg here.
Dan's going to warm up on the 20s because he knows he gets to start in the next leg.
I don't say that's smart. I mean, throwing the 15s here was a moot point with how many numbers down he is. Might as well just go ahead and get the practice for the next. And Cody there does take it. Danberg's going to need to bring it on and bring it strong right now. That's a good deflection for him. Does try to sneak it into a very congested bed there and doesn't get anywhere near it on the last. Almost wonder if either switching to another number or just trying to plant a single in there might have been more fortuitous. Just the basic 1, 2, 3 there. Not a good run from Cody, though. That's a lax turn. Needed to try to get the close there so he can go right to those 20s. Not able to secure him. Lets Dan do some work here, but Dan needs to capitalize. He either needs to load up some points or go for an early grab at those 18s.
Yeah, I just don't know how you don't go at the 18s there with all three. I mean, you effectively put an X on the number, which doesn't do you a whole lot of good. I think 3 single 18s was a correct shot there.
I have to agree with you. I mean, if you're going to take that shot, if you're going to take that approach, you need to be committed to it. Doing that, half approach of just getting that X and throwing the 21st doesn't help you out. In this case, it worked out okay, only a single 18 for Cody, but could have hurt monumentally.
For me, I think it was the only shot. Even loading up the 20s, like, I would rather put those marks on the 18 with my opponent having an X on it. And you just continue to push them down.
And that's completely valid for sure there. Does grab a bull in the last dart, putting in his pocket for later. Ooh, and let that last dart get away from him. Cody kind of just dragged it a little bit and had the immediate facial frustration because he knew what he did.
Ooh, that's an opening for Cody. I'd almost like to see at least one dart at this 20. Wouldn't even mind him starting on it, and if he actually hits a single, just staying there, being committed.
With the bull in the back pocket and the X on a 17, so it's such a huge risk where it's hard if you're not confident enough to justify it. Even though you're probably right in taking away the 20s there, you have to have the confidence to be able to do it. And I don't think with everything that Dan has set up for himself here, that Cody's ever going to feel that confident to do the shot.
Dan's only averaging a 3.0. I feel like if ever there were a time, like, let's hit him while he's down. Like, I just don't expect Dan to punish you if you go 3 single 20s.
And he only hit a 2 mark that round, so you might be absolutely right there.
But I mean, it worked out to Cody's favor that he now has the lead.
Oh, but he kind of rushed that first start and now isn't even going to go for the 20s anymore. This is getting real dicey. I mean, this is in the money section, right? We're talking top 6 here, 5th, 6th place match, but you want to get your way all the way back to that final. I mean, you have to stay true and really kind of be digging. And right now, these guys are not showing their A game. Matt Jenkins does come out 2-1, so we'll play the winner of this match. Matt, of course, we did see on the stream earlier. One, two, three from Dan, just kind of moving along here with that bull that he got earlier in his pocket. Does put him in pole position to take leg number 2 here. Ooh, kind of rolled out of his hand there. Did not look comfortable. Was trying to go for that bull, just get them out of the way, especially with the blank from Cody there, but doesn't capitalize. Deciding what to do. Either way is correct. Either grabbing the 15s or the bulls here, considering he has a mark on both, is perfectly fine. A lot of frustrations here from Cody. Back-to-back blanks. Gonna need some cream cheese for the bagels. Connects on the 15. Single bull to bring this 1-all. Does get it there, Dan Perk. So now it's going to be on to our diddle here to see who gets to start this last leg. Cody to show first. Finds that outside or inside on the very last ring in there, the outside ring of the single bull. And that's definitely a tie, so they're going to have to redo that one. So now it's going to be Dan Burke to throw. Throwing the white flights there. Ooh, does sneak it in. Another single bull on the outside line. Cody lining up all the way from the other side of the Yaki. He does get it almost on a double bull there. Great shot there. Yeah, it looks like Cody does take it there. So good stuff there in that very competitive diddle. Giving each other a hug, some sign of respect, and it is on to the action here. One of these guys is going to be calling it a night and enjoying the beautiful scenes of Kalamazoo. The other one will fight Matt Jenkins in the next round here. Don't know what happened with my
What
voice.
are some of these beautiful sights in Kalamazoo that you speak of?
You know, there's like streets with signs on them, and there's a couple houses.
I've seen some trees.
And boy, were they trees, let me tell you. Only 2 mark open for Cody, though. Let's see what Dan's got for us. Yeah, lax open from both these guys.
Go 18.
He was keen to move to the side there, but you're right. I don't think that there's a reason to stay. If you feel like you can't find that bed easily, you need to be moving around a little bit more, taking more advantage, and doing what the kids call board management.
Yeah, it's just plain stubbornness. And there, I like to move 2 numbers down because the single affords you more options on your next turn, and actually, it makes your opponent choose what they want to do. So obviously you get a triple, awesome. Doesn't matter where you put it, you close the number. But the single 18 makes Dan think, do I want to chase the 18s because he now has a mark on it, or do I choose to take the bigger number? Either way, you either come out of it with a mark on a new number, or you've pushed him down 1 number.
I can agree with you more. That's exactly the mentality I have as well. It's just about using your darts most efficiently, and singles on numbers your opponent was going to close anyways typically will not matter. So if you're moving 2 down, it gives you a lot more options in the long run, and if you trip it, you're looking even stronger. I mean, you talk about stubbornness as well. I mean, that's one thing in soft tip you'll see a lot is you can force starts in where if you were playing steel you couldn't, or you'd be worried about a knockout or something else along the way. So in soft tip, I mean, you're used to kind of drilling past your darts, and you'll see so many players take that mentality. But on the 13-inch, there's just not as much real estate to force starts in like that and hope for some good slaps even on your deflections. So it's big risk.
It's a symptom of the fact that the soft tip board straightens out your dart. In still tip, you got some players whose darts stand up a long ways. You've got the Phil Taylor angle of entry where the dart actually lays pointing down at a slight angle. So then he was able to stack on top of him. But with the soft tip board, unless you got a bent point, it will actually flatten out your dart. So it creates more issues to try to throw past them. So I think that the players have actually grown accustomed to throwing at block numbers because you block numbers so consistently.
Dan does not find the 17 in the last start there. Cody, this is a very pivotal point in this match, right? If he goes to the 17 and gets anything else, including some extra points, I mean, 3 numbers up, you'd have to imagine Dan's going to be really, really concerned about his position in this match.
Yeah, Dan's in trouble. And even 5 here will not get the lead for Dan. I would say Cody from here will probably be able to go 3 singles and win out.
Yeah, it's up to Dan to put on pressure. He needs to find one of those first or second dart triples, and then going for maybe a quick stab at one of those 19s or 17s, like taking numbers along the way, even when he's down. Because right now, Cody's just in control and dictating where Dan's going to go. You can see there, just like you said, the 3 single mentality. Now, Dan has to pile it in on these 15s. You can see he just floats his dart in there, so getting those 2 flights overhead, it was honestly, that's extremely well placed on his last dart because it's so risky for his dart to get flung away.
And Cody, the cardinal sin, missing the big number. So he went from being in a very comfortable position to now Dan could really, I mean, with a big enough shot, pretty much take control of this leg. But I think he will come away with at least the lead and possibly shut down 1 or 2 of the numbers that Cody has.
It's looking shaky right now, though. Yeah,
Wow.
115 is not going to do enough. If he hit a trip there, maybe went close, or something along those lines, which is what him and you were drawing up on the chalkboard there, but just didn't happen. And yeah, this is going to hurt. Did he catch that one?
It.
He caught that one.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Now I'm looking for it too. Yeah, this is a dire straits now for the tournament run today for Cody. That'll certainly help. 4 bulls there. Gets him within 32.
Following this, we will have our king seat match. So Randy Fern and Trevor Fedowa.
Cody takes it there in convincing style. Good shots there from the players. That was well done from them. And yet, as you just said it, we're going to be getting that king seat match next here, so we're going to go ahead and get them over to the boards there. Nick the Sheriff, DJ Sayer in the booth bringing coverage of this. Don't go far, folks. The action will be back in just a moment.
The 38th Annual BullShooter World Tour is set to begin September 8th. The tour will be your opportunity to qualify for an invitation to the 3rd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2024. To qualify for an invitation at the regionals, win first place in the Pro Cricket Singles, Pro 501 Doubles, or the Women's Combo Singles. The European BullShooter will award 2 invites. The finals in Chicago on Saturday, the 501 Doubles, place first or second in the Pro AA, Pro, Women's AA, and Women's A levels, or Monday's 501 singles, the Pro and the Pro AA levels. And of course, our top 2 finishers from our 2nd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2023 will receive their invitations. We're looking forward to seeing everyone out on the tour.
on your crowns, everybody. It's king seat time. Time to see who takes on the king seat here. Trevor Fedewa, Randy Fern duking it out on the dartboard. Of course, I am Nick DeShera, joined by DJ Sayer, and what should certainly be an exciting affair.
Yeah, Randy's certainly been the form player of the day, which was to be expected. But I think this is the right opponent, as Trevor's probably been the second most consistent and shown probably the highest level in a leg. So yeah, this we'll see if Trevor's got enough firepower to challenge Randy here. But this could turn out to be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, it certainly would be interesting. The loser of this will play either Cody Cottrell or Matt Jenkins. So we'll see how that goes. Cody came up to me out there, and boy, when I tell you he was fired up, he was like, "I want this so bad. I want to get in this. Dan's a friend of mine, and I couldn't believe I came out on top. I've been like all over the place, but I want to really just dial it in and bring it home." So that kid's motivated. I'll tell you what.
We see Randy finding a 180 early on in this one.
He kind of almost setting the tone, and you can see he kind of shook up Trevor there a little bit, huh? Giving a little bit of shell shock. Just to give you guys an update on the other brackets here in the men's singles cricket bracket. They're in the top 32, moving slowly towards that top 16 there, so moving along ever quick. The women, on the other hand, they're about to hit the 4th place match, so they're going lightning fast speed. So we're going to be getting the king seat match, 3rd place in finals here, and we're going to try to get the 3rd place in finals of the women's after that, ideally. A little bit of a lax turn from Randy, but he still has what he needs right now. It's up to Trevor to really kind of put the pressure back on Fern.
Yeah, not really liking what I'm seeing from Trevor early on. Honestly, barring the 180 shot from Randy, he hasn't been that consistent. So Trevor, if he could find his way here, might be able to make this leg competitive. But I feel like the 180 shot completely took Trevor out of this leg.
Yeah, I don't know if it's bracket position or something else that's really like throwing him off there, but you can definitely tell every dart that isn't going exactly where he wanted is frustrating him greatly. And on the other hand, Randy is just cool as a cucumber at the moment. Grade 6 mark from Randy, throwing a 4-4 in this one. Trevor's just given all the body language of a guy that's frustrated about what's going on at the moment. Nothing looks right, and I don't know if that break spins if he was on the practice board and just wasn't going his way or something else, but it definitely is a lot of frustration shown for him. You don't want to be showing it. You don't want to give your opponent that extra tell.
Do you buy into that?
I absolutely do. And maybe this is just because I'm a wannabe professional poker player, right? But I think, if anything, it doesn't change my strategy at all as a player. It never has. But the moments where you can see someone's confidence shake, it has really just it made me feel like I could dial in or focus ever so more, made me feel more confident that I was, even if it wasn't me the reason being that they're frustrated or thrown off, if they're showing those signs, it makes me feel real confident in my position and play style.
I don't know. I've never been one to, oh, they're shaking their head like that means I'm clearly gonna win this now.
I don't think clearly going to win or anything like that, but when I see that body language, I think, okay, they're already mentally losing this leg. Let me make sure they actually do. Like, it's more of a motivator rather than a descriptor of what's actually going on.
Do you need the motivation?
It's just, needs relative, right? It's not, it's subconscious. It's not like I'm looking for it, right? I'm not looking at the player and hyper analyzing the body languages. Randy does take this out with a 4.36. It's not that I'm looking for it per se, but when I'm just being aware of the game state, right? I'm being aware of what's going on the board. I'm being aware of my opponent's pacing. If I'm trying to play faster or not faster, I tend to hyper analyze more stuff when I'm playing than I should. And that's just one of those things where I notice it, and it makes me feel more confident in a leg where otherwise maybe I would just try to stick more to the basics or down to discipline. And instead, it usually inspires me to try to continue on. But also,
Fair enough.
yeah,
I've never really been in a match where my opponent shook their head and then I instantly went into a like, oh well, now I can, focus more. Now I can relax. Or it didn't ever change my outlook on my darts. Like I'm going up there every time trying to hit a 9 mark.
well, I think that's the ideal case scenario, right? If you're able to just be clear headed the whole time and just focus on your own game, and the less you're focusing about, I mean, we talk about variables and dart throws, and minimizing those adds to consistency. It's the same thing mentally. The difference is I have unmedicated ADHD, so I'm thinking about something if I want to or not. That just happens to be one of the things I think about.
And I'm not like trying to be critical of what you said. I've heard people say that so many times of like, oh, you can't show that emotion or like, and don't get me wrong, if the emotion affects you negatively,
Yeah.
then yeah, I don't think that you should show that emotion. But I can give you prime examples of people that show the emotion and then play well, a la Jeremiah Millar.
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
So I just like, but then on the other hand, Dustin Holt, I've seen him like kind of get in his own way where he starts getting negative and then his game goes down. So I think but as far as like me as an opponent, I've never really understood when somebody says like, oh, don't give that away. Because I too played poker. A negative expression in darts is not the same as a tell in poker.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is not the same. And I don't think what you're saying is, I think you're bringing up a great counterpoint to the whole thing. It's just more so if there is a chance that it helps your opponent by them getting that information, then depriving them of it is always going to be ideal. At least that's my mentality. I'm not afraid to celebrate if I'm doing well, and I love it when players celebrate or show emotion. It's just the negative ones are the ones that tend to fire back or have potential to fire back, even if it's all psychosomatic and not even statistically provable, right? But if there's a chance it gives an opponent the edge, it's not worth giving them that edge at all.
So, yeah, chat. Let me know. I mean, if you disagree or agree with me, agree with Nick. But yeah, the first comment we have in the chat is actually the opposite of when they see somebody like getting frustrated with their game, it actually brings them down. And I would probably agree with that more so than, oh, my opponent is frustrated. Now I go win.
Very fair. And there's no correct answer to this question either. It truly is down to individual experience because everybody, and just like with everything in darts, it comes down to whatever helps you perform the best consistently. I think part of the reason I got that mentality is because I've always played up, and I used every league I've ever played in after my first year of darts was with no cap with Kenny Doyle, playing against other big shots online, and I just have always had to play up. So whenever I did see someone get deflated, I felt like that was like my window because normally I wasn't supposed to win most of those games on an individual basis.
Fair enough. I can't ride those waves.
And that's fair. That's why we're not surfing today. Randy trying to dig himself an opportunity in this one, as he's not far behind from Mr. Twitch Trevor over here. Do you know why Randy's called Magneto by chance?
I don't know the origin of the nickname.
I was always curious on that one. So we're taking a moment to decide what he wants to do.
Like, my instant response is probably somebody said like his darts are like magnets at one point or something along those lines, but yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. He even has the Magneto helmet on the hat, so maybe it's just also maybe it's his favorite comic book character. Who knows? You see first comment. Will you ever see his grouping? So maybe you're right there. Finding 5. Now a 51-point advantage. One trip does correct it, though. Yeah, he's staying up there. Working his way and finds 7. Great shot there from Trevor to come back into this. Oh, the way that dart lays. Yeah, Trevor decided to stay, but at some point he's going to need to take a look, especially with advantage of where he was there. And considering he was blocked, I'm surprised he didn't take the chance on the last dart here, kind of giving opportunities for Randy to really get back in it. Ooh, but that's not a good turn there for Randy. Trevor does take it. 61-point advantage now. Needs to find another to help close the gap. He does help close the gap. Not quite, though. 13-point difference. So, again, we'll kind of see if we see a similar approach where we're waiting for that 60-plus point advantage before Trevor kind of takes a look downstairs. Ooh, or does
doing
that?
a great job in this one.
Completely different demeanor than the last leg as well, which kind of gives us insight to how he's feeling. The first leg, nothing was going right for him, and this leg, he seems a lot more comfortable, calm, and collected.
Well, he started this leg a lot stronger. Last leg, Randy started really strong, and he started a little slow, so he was almost way down immediately. But a great job of having a short-term memory for him to not let leg 1 carry into leg 2.
Randy needs to make a last stand on these 15s if he wants to save this leg, although not much he can do, even if he had perfection this turn. Yeah, lots of wayward darts on this one. Wasn't happy with either one of those. Just needs to stay focused because he's still way out in front right now. Makes it interesting. Randy Fern, 7 mark. That was not a happy dart from him. Randy needs to find the trip bed though. Oh, unlucky dart. That was definitely a misregistered dart on the last because it was right on that wire there and slapped in and clicked the 6. It looks like, but this does give an opportunity for Trevor. Trevor needs to get rid of these 15s and stop playing with fire here. And that will do. Trevor just needs to go 1-2 on him. 1-2-3 on him. And does do so now. So huge advantage going into the Bulls here. Set to make this 1 apiece. Currently, Matt Jenkins up against Cody Cottrell 1-0. Right, Ryan asking what darts I throw. I throw any of them not very well. Currently, I actually am throwing the 2007 Red Dragon Akashis. I believe these are the 19-gram barrel weight ones. And then with number 3, Fit Flight Carbon Shafts, and Joe Chaney Chainsaw Flights, because I picked them up to support him last week at Tennessee. Randy does pile in a hat trick there. But Trevor's not going to mess around these Bulls any longer. Oh, I didn't mean to do that to you. I am so sorry. Needs 6, though, so tall task. One more here is crucial on the off chance he does get another look. Oh, does find a double there. So now it's 1-2. And I'm only saying this because we've watched Trevor struggle so much on the Bulls, is that this is possible.
Yeah, not the spot you want to be in if you're Trevor when it comes to the Bull, but this time not messing around.
Well, now it's 1 apiece.
A little easier when you got a little bit more of a comfortable lead, but he does get it done.
Now it's going to be Randy to start off here. Let's see if Trevor can bring up that same level of performance without yet using the 20s. Because those 20s, I mean, he loaded them up consistently. So if Randy shuts him down here and gets started off right, it'll be a little bit of a tougher task here for Trevor. Oh, he's dialed in this game. He's dialed in. He definitely is not the same man that played that very first leg. Good last start there from Randy. 5-5.
Randy only able to find 3 singles, so Trevor with a great spot here to really take an advantage.
Zyline looked up like he was thinking about switching for a second, but then looked back down. Does drill it.
I caught that as well. On the second dart in my head, I was like, indecision got him. But then he did the same thing on the third and still tripped the 19.
Yeah, it definitely was very interesting to see his eyeline move like that because insiders, like we're unveiling the curtain here, right? When we're watching darts, a lot of times we're looking more so at the eyeline and where the dart actually landed just in relation to where the next dart could go. At least that's my approach. That has always been. So you see his eyeline switching, you're like, oh, he's about to go up. Oh, he's about to go back down, actually, and trying to keep up with some of those guys. And there's certain players you just can't do it for. Like Lobby is just too fast to try to dial all that in.
Well, and Randy's honestly a hard one as well, just because of his eye angle. Like, he's almost looking up at every number.
Yeah, that's also a very fair point. Yeah, he is tall in stature. Ooh, what a shot there. Good shot there from Magneto. 7 mark. I think there was an argument on this last start there to take a look up. We'll see what ends up happening here because, I mean, Randy has been showing just some good consistency at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's always an argument for closing the 20 when your opponent's scoring on it.
That was a very impressive last start there. His darts crisscross and it actually helped lower the fights just enough for him to get in the bed there. That was a really well thrown dart. And see right there, first dart trip got the point lead, only needs 2 singles to close. Does end up hitting a 7 downstairs, so still a great shot, don't get me wrong, but it's a very conservative play.
He's playing great. Honestly, it may be the case that he's feeling the triples. Because we talked about it. The longer game goes, the more likely the higher averages to win. But if Trevor feels like he's in a good run of form right now, where he's feeling a little invincible, he may feel like his odds lie with increasing the score battle.
You're exactly right there. Needs to make sure to drill this one in. Almost got wayward catching right on that wire, but does connect where he needs it to. In firm control at the moment. He's going to force Randy to throw some perfection right now. Ooh, good dart there. Does get 5. Keeps himself in the running here. I mean, right now, when you're going against a 5-0 on the 13-inch board, you just kind of have to ride it out as long as you can and hope you get a window opening. Now would be a window. Yeah, wanted that last one to connect there. But now is finally back in that point lead position. 36 points means 2 19s for the lead now. Yeah, and he stacked it right up on that first dart. Well thrown. Rushed that last one a little bit there. Yeah, he was relegated to stay up. He needed 3 to get that point advantage. Does do so, but not going to be happy about it, knowing that he's trying to shift momentum right now. Great shot there from Randy. Finding 7. Now up 102 points now. Requiring a 6 mark for Trevor to get back in this. You don't want to have... I mean, it's kind of irrelevant if your throw gets broken here, but just out of principle. He doesn't want to get his throw broken. Kind of see Randy handing back to Trevor what was being dished out earlier. More elongated style pointing game.
Yeah, and Trevor not having it all his way now, you can tell the difference. When Randy was missing, it was easy for Trevor. Now that Randy's actually hitting, Trevor's struggling a bit.
Yeah, kind of showing back similar to what we saw in the first leg of this. Let's see, even Magneto has to step off, recompose here for a second. Blow a kiss to somebody in the audience. There you go. Love the fanfare. That's a solid shot there. Gets the house down. Finds some 17s as well. And really kind of pressing some advantage at the moment.
Trevor gonna have to open the 16s. Really needed a 9 mark. Anything less, and Randy's gonna take a pretty sizable lead into the Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, Randy's just looking strong on this one. He's doing what he needs to do after being down for a while there. Just kind of just showed his grit and his determination. Getting those 16s out of the way, and with a 2 house and point advantage going into the Bulls, heavily favored to take this 2-1.
As an update, our 4th place match between Cody Cottrell and Matt Jenkins is in the decider. So the loser of this one will take on the winner of that one. And that will be your next matchup on the stream.
And just a reminder to everybody as Randy does take that one there. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, there's very few things I'll stop mid-speech for, but when Larry comes up and hands me a quesadilla, it gets my attention. So I apologize, everyone. But just a reminder, we are live in Kalamazoo, Michigan here all weekend long. Coming up next in the BullShooter Tour, you guys do get a weekend off, and then afterwards, South Carolina, November 3rd through the 5th, and then the New York BullShooter event will be November 10th through the 12th there for our next 2 stops. So exciting stuff underway for the rest of the tour here.
Trevor giving a little bit of an opening here. Randy not punishing. Only closing the 20s. But Trevor again with only 2.
And it looks like that 4th place match. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say you should see Randy try to take away the X on the 19s here.
And he absolutely does, proving you right. I just want to give a shout out to Matt Jenkins coming into the 3rd place match, beating out Cody Cottrell there. So the loser of this match will go on. Needs to connect this last start. And Trevor just barely gets the close there. Better be careful because Randy might make quick work of this. In our non-pro bracket, looks like we're fully into the top 16 now. Going on under place there. A couple of people starting to make their way into the top 8 position. The women are currently in the 4th place match, about to play the 3rd. So made sure that we'll get their finals for sure on our live stream here, as we're going to cover the 3rd place and finals of the pro men's bracket here in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, that also a ESPN Invitational qualifying spot.
Yeah, and that's important to know, and just a refresh for everybody. To qualify for the BullShooter Invitational number 3 in 2024, finish first at regional in the pro cricket singles, the pro 501 doubles, or the women's combo singles. BullShooter Europe also does distribute 2 invites as well. You can also finish first and second place in Chicago and the pro AA and pro events out there. And then also the top 2 from the last invitational automatically get a spot as well.
So Randy just with a little bit of maintenance here. Looks like, did that register a miss? Did he throw it to double?
If he did, Mike Maloney would be proud.
No, he wouldn't, because he clearly missed it, if that's the case.
Yeah, Trevor getting himself up. Come on there. And definitely didn't say anything else with that dart. Does fine on the last here, but I mean, with a 2-1 advantage in the match here, huge points going towards Magneto's way. Just needs to get this close here. Has to stay focused. Going fat for the last ones here. Does get it. So now 3 numbers and quite a few points. Looking set to go 3-1 here against Trevor Fedwa. Randy needs 1, 2, and 3 on the Bulls. That's 1. That's 2. He gives a look away there. Randy Fern Magneto wins with a 4.29 in a 3-1 fashion over Trevor Twitch Fedawa. So now Trevor will have to best Matt Jenkins coming up next here on our live stream. DJ, what do you guys say?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a surprise. Of the second and third place, I would say, but our king seat holder, certainly the on paper expectation. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who can come out of the third place match and try to knock off the beast that is Randy Fern.
All righty, well, we'll be seeing shortly here in just a moment, so don't go far, folks. We'll be right back with it. third place match, ladies and gentlemen. Told you guys it would not take long. These guys were quick to go to the line here. Matt Jenkins, Trevor Fedewa going at it to see who gets a shot again at Randy Fern here. Excited to see how this one plays out and really curious to see, because, I mean, Matt went on a little bit of a run in the loser's bracket from when we first saw him, so definitely seemed to have stepped up his game. And Trevor was looking solid, but just had these moments of inconsistency. So it's really storyline of who can dial it in the most in this one.
So we are back to 2 out of 3 on the loser side.
Exactly. So shorter format. Now, as a player, do you prefer longer or shorter formats? Like, what do you typically find the most, like, comfortable for you?
Long, by far. I mean, I understand the need for shorter formats, but if I have my choice, I want to play the longer format. You feel like if you lose, you actually lost. Whereas 2 out of 3, I mean, one dart can essentially lose you the match.
That's more than fair. Trevor definitely looking strong early in this. I will say, Jenks definitely got a lot of chat support for sure. A lot of people out there pulling for him. Man of the people.
Well, you said he's pretty active on social media and stuff, right?
Yeah, I definitely have seen him and his name around for sure.
So he's probably got a lot of friends in the community.
That's fair. Well, I mean, Mike Maloney has shown all of us, if you're active in social media, you're guaranteed to only get second place. So who knows if it's actually good for you.
Shots fired.
That's okay. He knows I love him. I just like to throw all these shots because he has to be nice to me when I interview him for the CSC. Brent saying, I got to root on Trevor, or as I call him, El Diablo. What is that, like fine chicken or something? Trevor does get the big close in the last there. Need to use all 3, so he wasn't able to press out too much of an advantage, but does do the bare minimum of what he set out to. And a huge last start there, though, from Matt. Bringing it down to that 49-point difference. Trevor was friends with those 19s in the last match. He needs to be friends with them now. First start's going to be right at those 17s, just try to nail them. And then from there, he can decide if he wants to expand his points or just move along. Decides to expand. With the way he's in the 19s, I really don't blame him on that second dart. We're still fighting those 19s of these. There's just sometimes when you're just on a number and it just feels like it's the easiest one to touch. I know for a fact I've always been a big fan of like 17s or something. Like if I'm feeling comfortable and confident, it's because I'm hitting that number well. And I wonder if that's kind of his adjustment number today. A riot in the dart hall is about to happen. Just heard them say last call for alcohol.
At 11:40?
That's what I was just wondering. Everyone brace for impact.
Must have a midnight liquor license. The good news for the pros and the ladies, it's almost over, but the Open still with probably a couple hours.
Yeah, Open definitely has a ways to go.
This is our third place match of the pro singles. The ladies' third place match is also underway. We've got Crystal Stevenson and it says C. Wagner. I'm not sure the first name there. Oh, I think it's Crystal as well. So
yeah, Crystal Wagner versus Crystal Stevenson there. I just want to confirm that because I was like, is it two crystals? It was in fact two crystals. And then Katherine Middleton waiting in the queen seat.
So Trevor's starting to run away with this one. Nearly 100-point lead plus the 19s. Matt's going to need to do something on the 15s here. Something he does not do.
He does go right over to the Bulls there after finding those 15s. Set to take game one here.
Trevor does get over the line in leg number one. Pretty scrappy leg. Only a 2.83. I'd say both players going to want to put at least a full mark per turn on their average in this leg.
We know they're capable of it. I think it's one of those things, and we noticed it with Trevor, right? Like, he brought his game up to Randy's level when he needed to, but right now he's bringing it down, and Matt has just been showing. I don't know if it's just the stream room anxiety or something, because his other matches he looked pretty dominant in. So, as Randy chimes in the chat, I'll work on my bullseyes. Matt has open field advantage on those 19s, can just pound right at him. Good correction on the second dart. And, honestly, in my opinion, must close there. If you're going to take that shot down there and get the second number immediately, you have to stay focused and close it. If you leave it open, it's just like you wasted your turn. Stayed on the 18 for all three there. Does regain that point lead. Trevor's just going up with those 18s here, but he needs to close the 19s. Does do so. He needs to just go ahead and start chugging along with these legs here. I think right now Matt hasn't shown any real signs of strength, and Trevor just needs to give himself some confidence and play a little bit more aggressive, because I think he'll force himself to refocus in a little bit more here. Or 220s now. Finds it. Now switching back. He does go down. Never know. He has been playing a little bit more conservative, but that was a good switch downstairs for him. Trevor does do the quick switch once again. Ooh, threw that last dart a little bit fast there. And flighted right off. Needed to kind of discipline that single, but his first dart trip at the point has just been ruthless the second leg here. 5-mark answer is not quite enough. Opts to go the easy dart first. Now, these 2 darts, it is important. He has to make sure to get some points on the board or guarantee the close, and he decided to get the points. You did not want to leave a potential 9-mark opportunity. Even though Matt hasn't been his strongest form of himself, it's not out of the realm of possibilities for any of these dart players. That was a good switch. Now a 6-mark on the 15s will not get the point lead. Good play there from Trevor for sure.
Trevor just leaving the door open here. Really a leg he should have put Matt away already. But Matt needs 4 15s for the lead.
Oh, look at this. What a timing would this be? Oh, let's get away from him. Great course correction on the last, but yeah, I think that's probably our biggest note for Trevor, right? Is his game and towards the end of it has always, he's never looked strong going into the bowls or the 15-16 area. Like, it's not his strongest part of the game, so it's the area that if I were him, I would try to clean up and focus on, because there's some part of him that's either losing focus or drive at that point in the match. Five mark there does do a little bit there, but doesn't get him out of the danger zone at all.
Still trying to battle from a position of power, forcing Matt to outmark Trevor.
And now
to put in perspective, 5 of the 15s for Matt, only 3 more points than 4 marks for Trevor.
Well, he does get the close on the 15th, and he had to there. Ideally, he wanted at least a 3 mark to close there, plus 118 to add a bowl, but doesn't do so. No outshot available, but Matt can really kind of make this high pressure, especially with Trevor's bowls. He needs to find something, though, and he's not. He's just not connecting where he needs to. Crystal Wagner and Kate Middleton are going to be your finalists for the women's singles combo. So we'll be getting that probably after this finals here. Just wanted to confirm with the team there. So they were letting us know who made it and what's going on there. So going to see the winner of this match take on Randy Fern next. This match is over, by the way. Trevor does take it there 2-0 over Matt Jenkins. So what we're going to have next is going to be the final of the pro bracket here. Randy Fern, Trevor Fedowa going to be taking a rematch of the King seat. I'm excited to see how that one plays out there. So give us just a moment as we get everything set up and dialed into place here. And we'll be back at the action in just a moment. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer. time for the finals, everybody. This is what we've been waiting for in a rematch of our King Seat match. Randy Fern, Trevor Fedewa going at it once again. Previously, Randy did win that 3-1 here, so it's going to be up to Trevor to change the table and not only win once in this match, but twice. Randy, on the other hand, just needs to win this race to 3. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the booth here, bringing you coverage of this one. Randy starting off with a 7 mark there, kind of showing previous form of what we saw. I mean, he has been the most consistent today, and we have seen some moments of brilliance from Trevor, but he's also just had these really strugglesome, frustrating moments. So it's going to be up to Randy to keep punishing the way he has been. Only finds 3 here, so Randy's full control to do whatever he pleases on this go. Goes right, those 19s. Deflected out, he can't give it a look there, but does actually leave him plenty of space now to just go single, or find the trip on the second. Now he can do whatever he wants. Switches back up top and connects there. Great shot there from Magneto. We've seen him whenever Trevor's put under the gun like that. I mean, he tends to not rise to the occasion as much as he should, as much as he's capable of doing so. Relaxed turn though from Randy does get the opportunity back, although even perfection doesn't seem like it would be enough at the moment. Sets up a backboard. Can he lay it in? Oh, barely doesn't connect. Good shot, though, from Trevor. But Randy just going to tap those 2 18s and move on now. We cannot understate it enough, folks. What the winner of this will get a spot at the BullShooter Invitational Shootout, which is one of the most exciting soft tip events of the year when it does happen. These last 2 years, I mean, have been phenomenal with a back-to-back champion of Alex Spellman. And excited to see who gets to go on and take their shot. Randy Fern, back-to-back top 4 placement, or finalists, I guess I would presume is how that would be referred to there. So even if Trevor does hit a big round here on the 16s or the 15s, it might be a moot point just because it's now the 20s up top just shooting against it, and he unfortunately doesn't even connect there. So Randy really kind of running away with his first leg here, looking strong. Great transition. That's a good cover shot on those 15s. Decides to just go over to the bull in the last, knowing that Mr. Twitch there has not opened the 16s. No immediate pressure to close them first. Good connection on the last. Just not going to be enough, though. Randy's going to be able to pile away. Finds it on the first. Over to the Bulls now. Great placement right underneath on the Bull there. Can just stack on top. Ooh, he does, but it doesn't quite connect. 5 Bulls. Putting him 1 away. And Randy finds it. Takes a 1-0 advantage, and you can see Trevor just kind of doing some calisthenics there, giving a stretch, rolling the neck, trying to reset the mentality and start off strong here, because that's what he's going to have to do. He needs to assert himself on these legs and catch Randy off guard. If he just keeps doing this lackadaisical approach, it's not going to help. He has the game for it. It just needs to connect for him. And a great solid opening there. 5 marks there for Twitch.
Yeah, Trevor seems to play a lot better in a position of comfort. So we'll see if going first here with a little bit of a lead, he can kind of settle in. But a big shot from Randy, and I got a feeling that it might get away from Trevor pretty quickly.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. I mean, Randy just, as soon as he starts seeing some signs of life from Trevor, just turns it on. 7 mark on those 19s there, looking great. 71-point advantage. Ooh. Yeah, that first dart was laying right on top of that bed, so when he tries to throw the second, it ended up going high. It's going to be hard to sneak it in. Does get it in underneath there. Well thrown on the last. Good focus there from Trevor. Well, everyone in chat, make sure to give us a little like and share over around. Let people know that you're watching the BullShooter Kalamazoo, Michigan stream, as we do have the finals going on here, which will get a shot at our invitational later on for the ESPN Invitational. And on the right after this, we have a women's final ready. And right after that, it'll be into basically the top 4 of the men's singles cricket. So we have nonstop action for the rest of the evening. Guys, drink a Red Bull. It gives you wings. We'll stay up. We're watching darts. We're talking darts. We're going to have a good time, okay? Or else I'm turning this car around. None of us are going to Disney. Solid shot there. Randy really thought that last one was in with the way. He must have felt good with that dart. Does fall low into it, but a 5 mark is a good go. 4.75 for the gentleman at the moment. Oh, great first start. You might want to stay just because of how well that one is laying. Yeah. You wanted to just try to load up the bed, even though the smarter move is probably to do the switch. He just had so much room, and he's been feeling him. Great 7 mark there from Magneto.
Yeah, there we see the negative body language. I think when Randy shows up, Trevor just doesn't have the firepower to keep up, and he gets more frustrated, which means he throws even worse.
And putting himself in the feedback loop of sorts.
Oh, I think Randy thought he hit it.
He looked like he was going to. He's set up right. It was a well-thrown dart. Just doesn't connect. Forces Trevor to perform now, though. Well, Brent, thank you for tuning in. Get some rest, and see you in the morning. Ooh, that was an excellent last start there from Magneto. Yeah, Trevor just not showing enough at the moment. I mean, the Randy that we're seeing now in these last few legs, and even in that Kingsley match. I mean, this was what we expected to see at him, and that's why we harped on him so much at the beginning when we saw this match initially against Stan Burke, because we're like, we know what you can do, we know how good of a shot you are, and now, I mean, he is firing on all cylinders. Single 15, then on to the Bulls. Finds a single bull. Can he get a double? Oh, good look. He doesn't quite get a double, but great shot there. Guaranteeing basically a 2-0 lead here and putting himself at match point. Oh, that's a huge opening for Randy to start off strong here. He just needs to get those close in the 20s and hopefully find the trip on the last here so he can get some points on him as well, but just making sure, yep, he doesn't get any points, but he made sure that Trevor won't either. Starting to chip away at that going first advantage because Trevor has to close those 20s this go. He cannot leave them open. Yeah, see, and that's the other thing. Like right there, he could have just taken the easy lineup dart, marking the distance, throwing the single 20 first before going downstairs because he missed that first dart and it frustrated himself. It ended up working out, but it was one of those, I don't know, I don't take the tune-up shot first in this scenario. The other option is what happens if you hit two single 19s first, and then you go down and close, do you go up, you start giving yourself internal debates rather than just taking the dart. He ended up still getting the close on the 20s and the 19s, so it worked out, but very interesting, especially knowing that he's not at his best at the moment, what he can do to try to dial himself back in. You see Trevor's just trying to shorten everything here, going right over at those 18s. Gonna have to switch down now though after a lax second dart. And finds those 19s. That's his number, man.
Yeah, right shot selection there for Trevor. Going at the 18s. You don't expect a big number. You shouldn't miss the big number. Worst case scenario there, he should have come away with the 18s, but does manage a good cover shot on the 19 to push 57 points on there.
Does give Magneto a little bit of standing room there and does get 18 points on the board. But just like how you said it, if I'm Trevor right now, I take those 2 shots at the 18 first. I don't want to play a long game, especially with the guy with the hotter hand. And there, I mean, that was a completely lazy dart, but great dart flip. Right over crits to do. He connects on the last, though. Every time he gets frustrated himself, it seems like it somehow does work into getting him where he's trying to go. As Randy gives us a gosh darn it, oh geez. Right into the camera. I love that switch up there from Trevor, though. It's that second house going and also a significant amount of points, 74 scored. Two 18s. Needs a big one. Oh, and he dragged it low. Following where his first start fell. And while he has a pretty good advantage in this leg, you don't want to give Randy a chance to wake back up. Oh, really won that last start. Huge trip, would have gotten the point lead. Now single 18, and then I expect Trevor with his playstyle to probably hit a trip 19 tee-up shot. Oh, well up. Needs the refocus. Does find it. Now he has to just hit a 19 or 17 for some extra points. Probably 19s with the way he's hitting them. Ooh, that's a new one. There we go. Oh, that was a pretty interesting trip there. I'm not even going to lie. Good shot there from Randy. Fighting back in, man. I mean, he is really showing some grit right now and showing why he does play at such a high level so consistently, not giving up on a leg where he's definitely not been in control of. Trevor closes with no real pressure there. 29-point game. Randy electing to go for the closes, trying to go for a 5-3 bulls. Doesn't connect on the 19s there, so had to go back up to the bulls there.
Trevor going back to the honey pot that is the 19, adding 57 points, but not hitting any bulls.
Yeah, his bulls have been the shaky point of his game. Those last number closes and then all those bulls have been his troublesome. And look at this, Randy's going to try to leave himself an outshot in his next. Ooh, doesn't quite. I mean, does leave himself a potential outshot if Trevor doesn't point here, but well thrown turn and puts a lot of heat back. You got to be careful with this game, Trevor. You have to be careful with this. You have to go down. I was like, if he doesn't hit at least a single here, it leaves an outshot. You can't have that happen. 3 bulls will get the point lead now for Randy. He's been practicing his fallouts. He's really been practicing his fallouts.
Randy scores 3 marks and only hit 1 of what he was aiming at.
Oh, that's hanging over, and Trevor's just been so frustrated at his bull performance. I almost wonder if it is correct for him to just go and play and just play it safe here. He's more than capable of hitting 2 bulls typically, but the last single was kind of a moot point. Double bull, single 17 for the match. Double bull. Oh, and he doesn't get the single. He decides to go ahead and just close that 17 there, seeing how much Trevor's been struggling on the bulls. I almost think staying on the bulls there and kind of tricking him into pointing.
You got to get the lead. At least take 1 dart out of his hand.
Oh, but that's exactly where he placed it last round.
It may work to Randy's favor, but yeah, I still agree. I think the right shot was the bull, because you know he's going to go bulls anyways.
Exactly. It takes a dart out of his hand, and again, tricking him into pointing. And when you're hot on bulls, we'll see though. It looks like it's going to be very costly for Trevor at the moment. Needs to find a double bull with his last dart. Randy for the win here. And he gets it. 3 straight there for Randy Fern. And Trevor in a heartbreaking loss there. You can definitely see the emotion on his face. He was not happy with how that ended up finishing out for him. So it looks like that will bid adieu for the gentleman there. Congratulations on Randy Fern for go ahead and getting his spot in the invitational shootouts. Coming up next here, we have the ladies, Katherine Middleton, Crystal Wagner coming at you. We're going to go ahead and get those ladies over to the board, and we'll be back in just a moment here. Don't go far, folks. Well, here we go, folks. This is another final here. Katherine Middleton and Crystal Wagner taking it on the dartboard in the women's singles combo format. So I get a chance to see some 0-1 here, and excited to see what these ladies have in store for us. Nick DeShera, DJ Sayer in here, and I'm excited to see what these ladies got for us. What do you think?
Well, Kathy has the queen seat, so gotta favor her. Crystal I've seen play a couple times, but not all too familiar with her. So yeah, a little anxious to see what happens in this one. It is for a place in the ESPN Invitational, so a lot on the line here for the ladies, other than the prize in the first place in the regional. Yeah, an invite to South Carolina to try to earn your right to play on ESPN.
Yeah, and that you can't understate that enough. I mean, it is seriously one of the most anticipated, not just in softball, but in darts in the U.S. Event every single year now. So to have the opportunity and the invitation to play for it, doesn't matter about what your expectations are of your game versus the rest of the field. It matters more so if you get that invitation, you get that call to action, how do you not go ahead and take a big swing at it, you know?
I think it ultimately comes down to if the stars aligned and you had your best day imaginable, could you qualify? If that answer is yes, then you should go.
That's a fair way to put it. See, if I would have had that mentality back when I was a player, I would have saved myself a lot of travel costs because I would have stayed home.
But there needs to be a bit of realism for people.
Oh,
I'll admit.
For sure.
I think there are a lot of people that think too highly of themselves and their game, and then there's the opposite as well, that quite a few that, you know, are certainly a lot better than they give themselves credit for. But I think if you're self-aware and you can analyze and say, you know, my best day is X is good enough to qualify, I should go.
That's a good way to see about it. And also on the other end too, if it's convenient for you to go, it's invaluable practice. I mean, even if you don't think you have a chance of taking the qualifier or winning it out, right? I mean, you can't pay for better practice than to play against people that are, you know, above your average, which in that field there's so many people that there isn't a favorite.
Well, I think Alex Spellman would disagree with that.
Well,
he's 2 for 2, so if he isn't the favorite, I don't know who would be.
I mean, he might be the Vegas odds favorite, but I bet if you asked him right now, hey, do you feel like you're a favorite coming to this event? I think he would give a more humbleized media answer there, just because he is a pretty cool, collected person. He's very pragmatic and very much a realist.
If he denies that he's the favorite, he's lying.
That might be the case.
That
I won't disagree with you on.
To be honest, there's at a certain point, being humble and nice is just ingenuous. Like, you're clearly the favorite if you've won it back to back and you're playing as well as he has.
Well, I definitely am excited to see how the field will end up stacking up for that event. It'll be exciting to see for sure. It also depends. The game changes, and it's an annual event right now, right? So the game changes a lot between events. When you see a player develop in between what goes on. With Alex, you expect to only improve because of his focus on his game all around currently.
Well, yeah, we obviously can't see the future. So, I mean, Alex's game takes a nosedive in the next, 9 months or 10 months, whatever it is. Certainly, he's not going to be the favorite. But at this moment, no matter who qualifies in the U.S., I have to believe that Alex is the favorite to win that event.
Well, we will wait and we will see for sure. And I'm going to start putting my bets in on, after watching some of these qualifiers, I'm going to start putting in my 2 cents on who I'm thinking is going to do some deep runs. I'm going to gather information in the meantime for sure. Ooh, great last start there. Katherine steals that one. Goes up 1-0. And puts herself
in a race to 2.
Yeah, huge moments already.
So no turning back for Crystal Wagner now. She's going to have to win the next 2 straight just to send it to another set.
Well, what tone will Crystal set here? Needs to set a strong one. Middleton finds a 5, though. Putting yourself right in suit. Oh, and what a
Big shot there,
dagger.
Crystal.
Yeah, exactly.
Really no hesitation either. Went right down at the 19. Playing aggressive. I like it.
I like it a lot for sure. It's also good just to have a clear set mentality. You're like, hey, I'm going to go in. This is my shot, and this is what I'm going to do and execute from there. When you start drawing up different game plans at the line, that's when things get real tricky. So she knew what she was going to do before she even got up to that line, it seemed.
This is a repeat of our ladies queen seat match. Kathy won that 2-1. So can almost expect a leg 3 here again.
Yeah, especially with Crystal just starting off as strong as she is. I mean, it's going to be hard to lose going first when you're throwing darts like that. I mean, she's throwing a 4-6-7. All she needs to do on this go is shut down those 17s. Does so on the first. I mean, the girl's looking good. Great last start there from Middleton, but not enough in this one so far. So 2 15s and then over to the 16 will be Crystal shot now. Making no waste of time in this leg. This one's really been breezing. Crystal definitely kind of just places that dart in there. Doesn't have that fully elongated follow through. You kind of see the dart kind of fall into place every time.
It's almost like she's shooting a basketball. Like she pulls it up in front and then arcs it.
And then the other end, you see Katherine gets a little bit more simple, brings it right back, brings it a little further back than you typically would, almost touching your shoulder there, but then follows right through in one smooth motion. Sneaks it in the trip there and finds a bull as well, shooting a 4-0 at the moment. Crystal looking strong. Good hat trick there, but not enough to get the point lead, and therefore not enough to stop Crystal. One bull now. With 3 numbers and the point advantage, meaning there's no outshot available, can just shoot right at this. Does do so. Gets it there. One apiece now in this final. Crystal needs this leg to go in her favor if she wants to go to a second dip. Katherine to show first here in the diddle. Oh, it doesn't connect. Needs to throw it again. Falls low and left now, so Crystal just needs to get above it. Ooh. Kind of comes in a funny angle there. Does course correct, though. Looks like Crystal just barely got it. It's close. Actually, they might be tied. Yeah, it looks like Crystal did just barely get it. It looks like by one hole there. And that's huge to start and the last leg being 0-1. I mean, that is massive.
Yeah, Crystal needs to win this one to send us to another set. To be honest, I was not expecting this type of performance from Crystal.
She's bringing her A game right now. I mean, a hat trick to open there. Wins the diddle.
Yeah, the first leg wasn't the best performance, but since the cricket leg started, she's been rock solid.
Yeah, and good honor, too. I mean, a 4-0 basically in that last leg going into the Bulls, and now starting off with perfection here. If she plays smart here, she's basically guaranteeing to go to one more best of 3, and is putting in the legwork to do so. Cat falling right underneath and stacking in. Ooh, doesn't quite get it there in the last. So Crystal well ahead here. 2 bulls and a good follow, leaving out. Good deflection on that last falling into the bull. Definitely didn't look like it was on the trajectory, but connects where it needs to. Cat needs to get in range to set herself up here. Needs one more. Does find it. In that low ton means on her next go she can set up an out because Crystal will leave herself an out here unless something goes critically wrong. Switched over to that trip 16 on the last there, knowing that 46 is a bogey basically. So great shot there, and Crystal getting down to 72. Cat has to leave herself an out. And great hat trick there, puts a lot of pressure on it. 72 now has to go. These ladies put on a little bit of a show for us here.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd hate to see either one of these women lose. And that might be Crystal right here. If Cat can take out 95.
Yeah, lack of focus on the last start from Crystal. Just and she knew as soon as she threw it that it wasn't going the direction she wanted. So now 80 left. How'd she approach? Oh, she went right for that bull. I like personally with 80 just to shoot the 20 trip 20, get the guaranteed dart. Crystal now 40. It is open out, so just needs 2 singles. Don't go high on that double. Does get it there. We're going to another set here for Crystal and Katherine. If Crystal plays in this last dip how she just played in this first, Catherine's going to have her hands full because she definitely put on a show there. Looks like
Yeah. I probably would have favored Kat coming into this one, especially given that she had the queen seat. But I think it's fair to say that Crystal, given her performance in that last one, could be the favorite going into this last set.
and I believe Crystal did win the coin flip as well
How'd you know that?
because I saw Catherine point.
Oh. Like, you can see the coin? That's pretty impressive.
I didn't even know you could do that. No, I just saw her point at her.
What camera angle are you not showing me?
Well, that's the extra angle. That's on our premium package.
How much is the premium subscription?
What do you like to know?
I wasn't going to buy it personally, but I figured the folks might like to know.
Do you want to give an update here? Looks like on our third place match, Josh Bird wins out there on the men's singles cricket, so he's going to be waiting the loser of the king seat match that is underway right now between Gage Middleton and Tyler Thomas, which I assume Gage is Catherine's better half?
I think it's her son.
Son? Okay, there you go.
Yeah. You're lying, though, right? Like, the loser's bracket's not waiting on the winner's bracket, is it?
That they are currently playing the king seat match on the board, and then third place just got there. So fourth place match just finished.
How is that even possible? All right.
Cat, they're finding Lotan starting to break out from the second position here. Crystal not showing the same signs of dominance in the last 0-1 game that she had, so just needs to dial in as she shows that her scoring power on those Bulls is incredible. Katherine really wants to find one bowl here. Just needs to compose herself. Oh, that's not a good connection, though. So,
Yeah, that's the opening Crystal needed. So she's essentially got the darts back now. Going first from 300 to 283.
basically just spotting the opponent 17 points there. Oh, that's a good start.
I'll take that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Again, a bit of a lax turn. Just from what we just saw out of her, like, she has the game. Maybe she just hates playing game one. Who knows?
It's a dangerous way to live.
Riding on the edge. Cat here loads it up, finds a hat trick, and sets herself up kindly. Oh, we get 6 darts at the 133 now. X on the last cleans it up. 70's a strong lead for her, so Crystal's going to have to put pressure on it, much like how Katherine did in Game 3 of the last one. Oh, not going to be able to take it now. Needed a big 16. Needed to just focus on hitting a big single 8. Ooh, That's not ideal. 42 still one dart finish, but a little bit trickier to clean up. And not when you're feeling nervy in a final, you don't want to have to worry about doing cleanup. Great switch, setting herself up on 40. We'll put some pressure on the 42. Kat has to take it. Needs to be careful with how she throws this here. Single 17, still a finish. Does get it there in very dicey fashion. Katherine Middleton finds it in the middle of the single 17 there.
Yeah, dramatic finish to a leg that, I mean, could have went both ways until Kat put in the big shot, and then she almost allowed Crystal back into it.
Well, Kit Kat Paddywhack, give that girl her dart back. She's back in it. Five mark open for Crystal. Starting off strong.
Yeah, I think cricket is Crystal's favorite game.
It shows. It truly does. Yeah, look at that. Just finding those 19s. And she plays such an aggressive style of cricket as well. She's not afraid to just go for those closes. And I think that just is to her benefit as well. Congratulations to Gage Middleton winning out the king seat there, beating out Tyler Thomas 2-1. So we will be getting the finals of that after this. Ashley Marie saying cricket's my favorite one. Also wish they would put it first, then the 0-1 second. I will say, as I've seen tournaments that have done the 0-1 second, when you have a loser goes first the format like that, it makes it so it's almost always a all three game scenario if you put the 0-1 in the second rather than the first slot.
Yeah, much harder to break in 0-1 than it is cricket. At least with the first game being 0-1. And typically it's a cork. I know these ladies flip and go, but you're actually earning the right to go first in that 0-1 leg.
Exactly.
I like the old Chicago rules. You ever played the Chicago event?
I've never played the Chicago event, but I have done the Top Gun challenge on the board with the Chicago format once or twice.
Okay. Yeah, where you actually get to pick the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, your options, at least in the still tip tournaments I've played in, your options would be 301 double-double, 501, or cricket. And almost every single person, you win the cork in the first leg, 301 double-double.
Interesting. That is actually really interesting.
It's just the hardest one to win if your opponent gets in right away and they go first.
See, I never even when because I grew up playing Use Steel. That's how I got into the game, and I was never a fan of the 301 double-double. It was my least favorite format to play at all times.
Oh, it's brutal. You might as well flip quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. $54-point difference here. Crystal's still shooting a 4-0, just like she was going into the Bulls in the last go-around here, so needs to find a trip to get the point lead in 2/16s. The 3 has advantage, and I think you can quickly switch to it, but we'll see her approach here. tell she has some bottom of the board bias there, going for that 17-15 range rather than just going up to the 20s there. Does leave Kat a shot. Now Crystal's finding those 17s. Oh, and in full she is. Almost connected to the double. Great 7 mark there from Wagner. Gets the close and has a point lead in there with 3 numbers up. Looking like we're going to see one more leg here from the ladies. So while Crystal might take this, Katherine's still 1 game away from winning the final, and her son, Gage Middleton, in the men's bracket. I mean, that'd be pretty interesting to see a mother-son win both of the 2 out of the 3 brackets. Oh, great dart there. 3 bulls found. Again, just trying to potentially carve out a shot, not giving up on the leg. Crystal needs 2 singles now and then the bull. Finds the trip now over to the bull. Good fallout as well. Doesn't connect though. $14-point difference. Crystal can end it here and break it to the last leg. There she goes. Kat to show first. Ooh, and the double. It is underneath, though, so we can see if Crystal's able to plant it right on top. Oh, they tie it.
Oh.
What a shot.
Another good dart. It looks like there's a little bit of a platform for Kat to ride in if she puts a good one on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's about aiming for that top of the flight and letting the barrel glide right on in underneath. Or going from the side angle. Oh,
She did it.
Oh my gosh. What a shot, Kat Middleton. What a shot. And Crystal Wagner, what can you do? She even has a little laugh about it back here. She's like, all right, that was just good stuff all around. And this is exactly what Kat needed, though. She needed to win that diddle. Last time she didn't, Crystal started off with a 150. It's going to be up to Kat. This is the last game. Do or die, ladies. Who's going to be the champion? And get their spot over in South Carolina for the BullShooter Invitational. Well, girls, I think you spent all your bowls on the diddle. Oh, well low for Crystal. She needs to recorrect, and she does recorrect. Yeah, that was well low for her and her ability and what she's shown. Definitely slipped out of the hand, and it was nice to see how quickly she figured out exactly what she did and moved from there. Leticia summing up that diddle perfectly. Nah. Yeah, that's how it felt seeing it. That was some good stuff. And look at this. Cat. Ooh, barely doesn't connect on that last, but scoring just fine there, 105. Crystal's going to have to come from behind now. And there she is, Crystal Wagner, finding 150. Getting herself a 70-point advantage, or just under.
Crystal's stolen the darts here. She'll go first with a 3-point advantage.
2 bowls and a good fallout. See what she can do. Not going to be able to leave it out. Took a moment to look at the scoreboard there, but at that point you just want to stay true and get low. If you can't, at 257, there's no potential out you can set up there, so you just want to try to score. Handing the opportunity back to Kat. 150 there. Well timed and well executed. Good shot there from Middleton. Oh, unlucky on the last. I was going to say good fallout on the second there, but she needed to either move angles if she was going to stay on the bowl or hit a cover shot in that situation there. 1 of 3, 1 will be the first look. Bowl here is very important. 70 is a perfectly fine leave. 168 though is an out. She'll have to take a look. She has to take 1 dart for it. She did. Needs to be able to leave herself a good one. 96 is not necessarily great just because you can't bowl first on that shot, but it is a 2-digit out. So Kat now 70 for the match will be her look. Bullseye. Ooh. You can see the emotion. She put her arms up. She had to talk to herself there. There was a lot of emotion. Trip 16.
Yeah, I think she was ready to walk it off. She thought she hit it.
Yeah, that's rough because now 96. Trip 20
this would be a huckle buck to double dip.
Not going to go. Tried to hit single 11 to leave bowl.
Cat just needs 32. Can get aggressive with this first one, but if she does land outside, needs to make sure that she goes 2 singles. Oh, now going to have to use the next 2 and cannot take it out. What in the world?
No, that was pure nerves there. She moves too quick on that second dart. Oh, no. You hate to see it because now Crystal clear opportunity, if you ask me. 2 14s is all she needs.
Yeah, I think this is gone.
Big single now.
Oh,
no!
my.
It slipped out of her hand.
Oh, my. Well, both ladies had a chance.
Let's see who's able to capitalize. Now with how nervy it is, these big singles become so hard to hit. She has to hit single 11 here. Don't go high on it. like that. Oh no. These girls are playing phenomenal leading up to this. This is purely finish line anxiety for them at the moment. I'm starting to feel, you can hear it in my voice. I'm feeling it from these ladies. I know the feeling, and this is rough. Who's going to be able to snap out of it? There we go. Crystal Wagner does win it there. 2-0. Kat Middleton, I respect the gamesmanship right there. Immediately goes up, gives a hug and a clap. It's so frustrating when you get so close to finishing and don't collect, yet she was able to immediately regroup and do the right thing, give a hug and a handshake, and that's not a bad start to the week and get in second place in this event. So we're just going to take just a moment here. It looks like that third place match is finishing up, so we will not be too far away here from our very last match, our last finals of the evening here. So don't go far, folks. We'll be back in the action in just a moment here. Nick DeShera, DJ Sayer, be back in just a moment for the men's singles cricket finals. one more time coming at you, Nick DeShera, DJ Sayer, for one more final. The men's singles cricket bracket here. Gage Middleton, son of Kate Middleton, that we just saw in the women's final, falling second to Crystal Wagner, versus Josh Bird, which fought his way back from that middle bracket and had a deep run in it. So congratulations to these guys as they are one step away from sealing the title and getting some hardware. Josh Bird did lose out to Tyler Thomas 2-1 in the top 4 on the winner's side here. So had to fight back from the 5th, 6th place match all the way back to this final.
Well, if he's been throwing 5 out of 6 triples, I understand why he's back.
Look at this. He's still on a tear. Oh, he kind of blocked himself. Oh, he's a slacker. Only a 6.67. Bird's looking solid right now. Rock solid. 5.75 going into the Bulls now. Just 2 away from taking the first leg here. Best of 3 format on both sides here, so just going to be best of 3. Gage just needs to win one of these sets here. Josh Bird takes number 1. These guys have been going at it for a while. I mean, we're playing the finals. It's 1:30 in the morning here, and which for the size of the bracket and everything is well run in my opinion. But you know, 6 hours. Some of these players, especially on the non-pro side, aren't going to be as used to the longevity of getting this deep, and it's going to be about who's really burnt out and who still has the energy to keep going here.
Well, they both still look pretty fresh to me, especially Josh. Kind of coming unglued here. Like, even his buddy that's hanging out in the bullpen, I think he's just ignoring. Like, bud, I am trying to play.
Did someone yell at him to move right
I
there?
hope so. Get out of there.
What are you doing? Oh, no, he's back. We're good. We're good. We're good.
False alarm. I need to input myself into the thing that is happening. That's very important.
Listen. You can see.
Look, he don't even want to talk to him. He don't want to give him a high five, nothing. Like, bud, just leave me alone. Daddy's mad. He's hitting triples. Let me go.
You know, one of the best pieces of advice I got early on, when I was getting into darts, and I was especially getting into watching darts, when I started traveling to all these tournaments. It was actually when I was watching the late Eddie Morales play in the Space Coast tournament against, I believe, Tom Evans. And my dad said, listen, when you're watching this, be seen, not heard. They're in the zone. They're going to do their thing. If they want to say something to you, they want an audible reaction, they'll look at you. Otherwise, just be seen. I think the gentleman in the background's taken to being seen just a little too literally, though.
Well, he's trying to be heard, too. There's a problem.
There's a little miscommunication. We'll see how that goes.
Like, no lie, Josh has ignored this guy like 3 different times. And dude is not picking up on the hint.
Yeah, well, I mean, Josh is just dialed in. I don't think there's a whole crowd of people there with pom poms and everything else going on that it would break his concentration at the moment. Good on him, especially because Mr. McNasty over here is not going to give the lax game like he did in the first one.
Yeah, Gage definitely playing better in leg number 2, but Josh still with the higher average on the board.
Oh, this could be a huge steal. Might need to take a look. He decides to stay on those 18s there. That was a huge 7 mark, but I think taking the higher ground might be worth it just by how well Gage has been hitting it. Oh, he kind of drags that dart down with his body there.
Well, he's got a little bit of a lunge or a lean, so timing is pretty important.
Josh forced to just go 1, 2, 3 on the close. With the scores being even, I do like the shot at the close there, but we'll see how much.
Yeah, but
there's a lax turn.
Not finding 2 triples on that turn is gonna hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Gage doing just enough, closing and scoring. It's not too often you see somebody that holds the dart above their eye line.
I think it's extremely hard to do.
Yeah. Josh bringing it back to his forehead. It's not like crazily above the head or anything, but still above the eye line. A little interesting. Like the rest of it, I mean, there's no argument that it's straight back, straight forward, no body movement, but
yeah, he does keep the movement. Excuse me, I got stuck there. Movement pretty simple, but you're right. He does kind of line up to the forehead area there. It's hard. There's only a handful of players that I can name that would do that at a high level, and one player that hasn't been seen for a little bit now, but used to be very prominent, especially in Florida. Tom Evans. Tommy Evans used to line it up, and it was like almost to the top of his forehead, would bring it down and then push out there. It was one of the only 5-0 shots I saw that could ever do something like that. Oh, huge shot here for Josh. Does connect. Oh, and look at that emotion. What a shot there.
again, the ignoring.
I knew you were going to say it.
I heard you.
Huge answer. That was a great shot from Gage there.
Good on Gage, because honestly, Josh is throwing everything at him, and Gage is keeping this competitive, forcing Josh to have to hit 3 bulls here.
Oh, and it just got harder.
Yep, and that's a forced error. Gage's big shot on the last turn is why that happened.
And it looks like we're
also this guy bothering Josh.
Well, there you go. You can see Gage Middleton does stay true there. 4-8 beats out a 5-3, makes it 1 apiece now, going into a last leg decider for the first set. If Gage wins it, it goes back one more time. Or, excuse me, if Gage wins it, it's over.
Yes.
See the late night starting to catch up to me.
So Gage trying to avoid the same outcome as his mom, who had the ladies' queen seat. Here he is in the open king seat, but Kat unfortunately getting double dipped. Gage trying to win this one to make sure that that doesn't happen to him.
Yeah, it was definitely a heartbreaking loss for his mom there, right? I mean, there was 2 clear darts where the match would have been in her favor and over. Just got real nervy right at the end, and You know, it's funny because you get the tale of both tapes being in person, right? Because we saw in the stream she had the immediate reaction of sportsmanship and gamesmanship. Just gave her a hug, gave her a handshake, was very polite. But she visibly deflated after that loss because she really did want it that much, and it just shows how important that is to be in the moment to make sure you show the sign of respect before feeling everything else. And I massive respect to her on that. This is not the same Josh we saw leg number 1. That's for sure.
Or leg 2.
Or
Honestly, I mean, he truly should have won leg 2 as well, but Gage applying that pressure late in the leg.
Middleton does what he needs to do here. Ooh. Oh.
Bit lazy.
Yeah, and you saw that. He got frustrated with the second dart and just completely didn't regain focus before throwing the third.
Well, just chucked it up there. Took it for granted because he only needed a single. Lack of focus, and he's being punished by Josh, putting in 7-17s.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is the guy that was dominant the first 2 legs to give him an opportunity, give him an opening.
Well, in a leg that he started very slow, and truly, Gage should have been running away with this leg based on how Josh started.
7 marks what's needed here. 4 mark on any of these numbers and then can go up to the 20. Looks like he's looking to stay. He did that on the 17s as well, but that 20 is such prime real estate. First dart trip 20 gives the point advantage right back. Decides to bury it.
Now Josh battling 48 versus 60 with every dart. Oh, and that'll probably be the opening that Gage needed.
Yeah, Gage just needs to get... If he gets rid of the 16s and 15s in the same turn, it's game over. Oh, that was a good switch. And what a shot there from Gage Middleton. 7 mark on him. Great shot.
Yeah, as you said, that probably wraps this one up. You see even Josh's fan back there. He threw in the towel. Oh, wait, he's back.
Hey, that's a ride or die fan if you ask me. Now, of course, we are poking some jokes, but you never know the dynamic. Maybe that's something where, hey, man, can you just come give me a little extra support? You never know. And you can see Gage, huge celebration. A lot of respect there from Josh, as that will go his way there.
Yeah, so that concludes our commentary. It's a great moment. Kat coming in there to congratulate her son, who just won the open singles. Big embrace.
Yeah, some beautiful moments being done here in Kalamazoo, Michigan, for the 30th Regional Tour that we're doing. I'm excited to bring you coverage all day tomorrow and on Sunday as well, as it's me and DJ in the booth all weekend long. Everyone just go ahead. Thoughts for DJ there because he's stuck with me, so sorry about that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alrighty, guys. Well, that'll pretty much wrap it up for us here today. So, again, thank you for tuning in. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the booth. We'll be back tomorrow morning for more action on the dartboard. Don't go far, folks, and thanks for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow.